translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone, please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 #.
Thank you. At this time, I'll call the meeting to order. Ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Huseman.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas. Councilmember Madera. Councilmember Chacon. Councilmember Noble.
Present.
Councilmember Hurst.
Present.
Councilmember Kim. Here. Councilmember Ford.
Here.
Councilmember Douglas.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Now I need a motion to excuse the members not present. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Councilmember Ford. Have a motion second to excuse the members not present. Is there any discussion? Councilmember, seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, this time I'd like to invite our audience to join in a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, at this time, do any council members wish to amend the agenda? All right, have a request from the Mayor Pro Tem, who cannot be here this evening due to an emergency, that we hold off on doing the executive session to discuss land swaps and things of that nature. I've talked to city staff about it. They'll try to cram it into the special meeting that's slated for May 8th for us in order to go forth. And given the fact we're missing 3 council members on an important topic, I agree with her request to do so. So looking for a motion to amend the agenda to remove that from our agenda item. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to remove the executive session for the purpose of the potential lease of city-owned, for the acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of any real personal property. Any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 603 excused absences, and we will do that on May 8th. All right, following that, looking for a motion to adopt the amended agenda. Councilmember Ford? Councilmember Kim?
Second.
I have a motion to adopt the amended agenda. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 603. All right, citizen communication. All public comment except for those on public hearings will occur now. Persons registered to speak for multiple items may speak multiple times. Okay, we do not have any virtual speakers this evening. Did I get an email list? All right. We're going to move on to our in-person speakers, and we have Joy Bishop. Please remember to give your name and address for the record, and please keep your comments limited to 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. I'm back. Still haven't got any answers for what I asked. I was able to finally get the land use verification form on the property on the dog track. The date on it is 10/9/2021. So this has been in process for quite a lengthy time for everybody not really knowing what's going on. And I really don't understand how that could happen. I have questions that I would like for the council to address after Julie from Empowerment gives her presentation. I can read all 10 questions off, or I can hand them to you in writing. It's up to you. But I need answers to these questions.
You can hand them to the city clerk, and he can distribute them to the city council for us.
I had difficulty getting this paperwork. I don't understand why a request that's submitted to the planning department has to go through the city clerk's office and be authorized before it's done. And if they're gonna do it this way, then the communication between the planning department and the city clerk's office needs to be rebooted or something. Because things aren't getting done. So someone needs to deal with that as well. The planning department needs to look at this new building on the dog track and make sure there's a drain in the floor of that trash room where they're rolling those dumpsters in. That was the problem I dealt with at Conter. They would roll those dumpsters in there with a whole bunch of snow in them. It would melt, and then the water would flow under the wall and into my apartment. That happened 7 times in 4 years. So whoever is in the planning department that's overseeing this building on the dog track, make sure there's a drain in that trash room floor, and do it now, so it's not something you have to go back in and mess up a whole bunch of stuff to do later. Because that's a real problem if you're in the apartment next to the trash room. That's all I have, sir.
Thank you, and you did see that in regards to your questions about the empowerment apartments, that we are having a presentation this evening on that?
I did, but I knew I wouldn't be able to ask any questions.
Okay, okay, well, you started your,
You guys can.
you started your comments with you haven't heard anything, and I'm just pointing out that in about 30 minutes, we're gonna have a presentation that will hopefully answer the questions that you raised to the council. So, yes, you have not gotten an answer, and
Yes, I hope
hopefully the
we get a lot
presentation
of those
takes care of it.
answers tonight.
Thank you. Have a
Thank
good
you,
evening, and
sir.
thank you for speaking with us. All right, next up, we have Thelma Cole.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thelma Cole, 5841 East 67th Place, Commerce City. I want to know the light on 62nd and Holly going east. There's the lane, you've got the lane you're in, then there's a lane that is nothing really, but people use it as a turn lane and they use it as a passing lane, and I think it's a dead-end lane. It's what I was told a few years ago. And something needs to be done, either put, if it's a turn lane, it should be arrow or whatever they do, but right now, it's waiting for an accident to happen.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Our city staff has taken that down. They can go out and look at that this week and hopefully get back to us with an answer on what we can do to make that better.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for being here. All right, that concludes all our in-person speakers. Written comments were not received by the deadline. If you do wish to speak at a future council meeting, virtually in person or through written comment, please pay attention to the agendas that are posted on the Wednesday of the week prior to the meeting and register to speak if necessary. If follow-up is necessary and concern that you address this evening, you should expect to be contacted by a staff member in the following week or two. We're going to move on to proclamations. We have National Small Business Week. I'll invite the city clerk to read the proclamation.
Whereas from storefront shops to high-tech startups, small businesses are the backbone of our economy, and whereas America's 30 million small businesses create nearly 2 out of 3 jobs in our economy, and whereas the City of Commerce City recognizes and values the dedication and entrepreneurial spirit of small businesses that keep the state and American economy growing stronger, and whereas the City of Commerce City provides bilingual programs and services to support small businesses at the Small Business Resource Center in Derby, and whereas Commerce City has over 1,700 businesses and over 80% of them have less than 20 employees, and whereas the week of April 30th through May 6, 2023, the U.S. Small Business Administration is promoting Small Business Week, and whereas the City of Commerce City supports and joins in this national effort to recognize America's small businesses for their hard work, ingenuity, and dedication to grow their business, create jobs, and ensure that our communities remain as vibrant tomorrow as they are today. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Mayor Benjamin A. Huseman, on behalf of the City Council of Commerce City, hereby declares April 30th through May 6, 2023 as National Small Business Week in Commerce City, and encourages all residents to join in celebrating our country's diversity and continue the efforts to create a world that is more just, peaceful, and prosperous for all.
Thank you. This time I'd like to invite Nancy Flock up to introduce small business owners.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm pleased to be here this evening, and city staff also joining me to present this proclamation is Michelle Claymore, Economic Development Director, and Jason Dennison, Director of Strategic Partnerships. We recognize that small businesses make a huge contribution to the city, and joining me this evening is Jackie Granados, who owns Las Margs at Reunion, a small family-owned business with 40 years of experience in the industry. Las Margs is a full-service restaurant that offers a fresh variety of Mexican dishes and has been operating in our city for 5 years. Another small business owner joining us today is Jennifer Grine, the owner of Bear Paw Mixes. These are soup, bread, and dip and spice mixes that you only need to add one ingredient to. It's a family-owned business, and her family's also here with her as well, that started out by making these items as gifts, and their friends and colleagues soon asked where they could get more, and they turned it into a business. Also joining us tonight is Ted Casterjon with Ted's Philly Cheesesteaks and Mexican Grill. The family-owned business started out as a taqueria, which they outgrew. They found a space that was known for cheesesteak sandwiches, so they merged the menus, offering classic American sandwiches and Mexican food near 72nd and Quebec. The city also partners with the Commerce City Chamber of Commerce on a Shop Local program called Shop Where I Live, where you can find many unique small businesses to support there. And the Economic Development Division also recently launched an online restaurant directory. So I ask that you help welcome the businesses to Commerce City, and thank you for recognizing National Small Business Week in the city and all the small businesses that choose to be in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that, and welcome to all the small business owners present with us. Looking for a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Councilmember Hurst,
So moved.
Councilmember Noble.
I second that.
I have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation declaring National Small Business Week in Commerce City. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 603. I'm going to move on to Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Will the clerk please read the proclamation?
Whereas all residents deserve to be treated with dignity, respect, compassion, and justice regardless of race, religion, color, national origin, sex, age, income, or economic status, political affiliation, military status, sexual orientation, or physical, mental, or sensory ability. And whereas the origin of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the United States dates back to 1978, when a joint congressional resolution established Asian Pacific American Heritage Week in early May to coincide with two important milestones in Asian Pacific American history: the arrival of in the United States of the first Japanese immigrants on May 7th, 1843, and contributions of Chinese workers to the building of the Transcontinental Railroad completed May 10th, 1869, and whereas in 1990, the first Asian Pacific American Heritage Month was designated by presidential proclamation, and in 1992, Congress permanently designated May of each year as a month-long celebration that is now known as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And whereas additional Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month information and resources can be found at asianpacificheritage.gov, and Asian and Pacific Islander Americans continue to enrich our region's economy, culture, education, politics, art, literature, science, and technological development, despite institutional and systemic injustices designed to prevent and limit these achievements and contributions. Now, therefore, the City Council hereby proclaims the month of May 2023 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and encourages residents of Commerce City to learn more about those of Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander heritage, and to celebrate this month with appropriate programs and activities.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Looking for a motion second to approve the proclamation. Councilmember Noble,
So moved.
Councilmember Douglas.
I'll second that, please.
I have a motion second approving the proclamation declaring Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in Commerce City. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Douglas. Councilmember Kim.
Just want to say I really appreciate this as a first generation being raised and born here in the U.S. Mother and father were from Korea, who migrated their way over here to make it a better life. Obviously, for myself, it just became into where I joined the military, was able to get my degree, stuff that they weren't able to do at all. So I appreciate Commerce City actually doing this. That's all. Thank you.
All right, motion second to approve the proclamation for Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 603. We're going to move on to Mental Health Awareness Month. Mr. Gibson?
Whereas Mental Health Awareness Month has been observed since 1949 to raise awareness of mental health conditions and the importance of mental health, and whereas mental health promotion starts in childhood, and all Coloradans benefit from access to early health education, prevention, and intervention, and half of all chronic mental illness begins by age 14 and 3/4 by age 24, and suicide is now the leading cause of death for youth between the ages of 10 through 14, and whereas more young Coloradans need to access emotional and mental health support every day in the community and during the school day, and schools recognize that increased access to services and support within the school day is crucial to assisting our youth, and whereas early childhood development and family services that emphasize strong family relationships and healthy children foster individual well-being across our communities, and whereas Colorado continues to increase access to services that contribute to the promotion of a healthier state and make Colorado a leader in mental health in the United States. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of Commerce City proclaims the month of May 2023 as Mental Health Awareness Month in Commerce City, Colorado, and encourages all members of the community to normalize discussions of mental health and seek help when needed.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Looking for a motion second to approve the proclamation for Mental Health Awareness Month. Councilmember Noble.
So moved.
Councilmember Ford. Have a motion second to approve the proclamation for Mental Health Awareness Month. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries 603. Lastly, we're going to do National Police Week proclamation. Well, Mr. Gibson, would you please read the proclamation?
Whereas Congress and the President of the United States designated May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day and the week in which May 15th falls as National Police Week, and whereas the Commerce City Police Department plays an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of our city, and whereas it is important that all citizens know and understand the duties, responsibilities, hazards, and sacrifices of their law enforcement agency, and that members of our law enforcement agency recognize their duty to serve the Commerce City community with trust, respect, excellence, leadership, and restraint, and whereas the men and women of the Commerce City Police Department unceasingly provide a vital public service as they strive to be the standard of excellence for public safety and services in this region. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Benjamin A. Huseman, on behalf of the City Council of Commerce City, hereby declares May 15th through the 21st as 2023 as National Police Week Day to commemorate past and present law enforcement officers who have rendered and dedicated service to their communities and established an inevitable and enduring reputation for preserving the rights and securities of all citizens. Be it further resolved that Commerce City observes May 15th, 2023 as Peace Officers Memorial Day in honor of those who made the ultimate sacrifice in service to their community.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Councilmember Noble.
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
Have a motion and second to approve the proclamation declaring National Police Week in Commerce City, as well as Police Officers Memorial Day on May 15, 2023. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble? All right. Deputy Chief Sater, do you have officers in the building for the photo opportunity?
No, sir.
No? Are we doing a photo opportunity?
Not this evening. We're going to have a couple of opportunities coming up that week.
Sounds good, thank you. All right, have a motion second to approve the proclamation. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 603. This time, I'd like to invite the council to come forward, take a photo with our small business owners, and our small business owners to come forward to take a photo with council for small business appreciation. week. All right, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, thanks again, everybody, for being here. We're going to move on to notice council business. This week, or last week, we received an email that case number S-77820-23 and S-810-21-23 are set for administrative approval with a comment deadline of May 15th. This time, does anybody on council wish to make a motion regarding these two cases? Councilmember Kim?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to actually have these set for public hearing.
I have a motion to call up case S-77820-23 and S-810-21-23 for a public hearing process. Is there a second? Councilmember Douglas?
I'd like to second that, please.
I have a motion and a second to call up both cases for Planning Commission and City Council public hearings. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 603. Okay, we're going to move on to presentations. I'll invite Dr. Rosemary Russo to present the oil and gas monthly update.
And real quick, Mayor, for the record, I'd like to point out that Councilmember Chacon has joined the meeting via Zoom. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, I'll jump right in. So I'm going to start with the local oil and gas update. So as you know, Civitas is the operator that has put in an application with the city. They provided their fifth submittal last month, and it is still incomplete. So staff has just sent them a letter on April 24th asking for additional information. Up to the state level, there's three major issues related to oil and gas. I just attended the energy symposium where these were all discussed in great detail, but I'm going to give you a brief overview of it. The first issue is cumulative impacts from oil and gas. And so back in December, there was a Clean Air Task Force that had petitioned the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission to look at cumulative impacts. Rather than writing a rule, what they did was started a study session. There was 4 sessions, listening sessions, and there'll be another one tomorrow to talk about cumulative impacts. And related to the cumulative impacts is this idea about verification. So why this came about was How they measure emissions was it's bottom up from the operators. And so in one instance, they went out and one of the operators said, we basically emit 6 metric tons of methane per hour. And so an independent consultant went out and it was really 14 to 23. And so they had to take a step back and say, okay, these are all self-reported emissions, so what can we do at the state level to really verify what operators are giving as their emissions and what is occurring? So there's a few different strategies now that they're going to implement. One is using drones. One is aerial studies and satellite methods. There's a professor up at CSU that is working with the state to do this verification. And it's basically to look at their self-reports and then to look at their maintenance activities too. So if you remember a lot of the Suncor, there'll be startup and shutdowns, and so those are considered maintenance. And so the state is trying to get a better handle on what is really actually being emitted. And then the third topic that a lot of discussion was about environmental justice. So now the state and the federal government are reviewing together oil and gas permits and industrial permits near DI communities, which Commerce City is. They also have a state ombudsman now for people that have complaints about air and water from oil and gas operations. And then switching from to the refinery end of oil and gas, I just have 2 quick updates about Suncor. This is good news. I have been working with the state, and they're putting in a weather tower, a new weather tower north of the refinery. This is great for the city because it will help us with air dispersion modeling. We haven't had a weather station here to be doing that. The other great news item is I'm working with Adams County Health Department, and they have agreed to put in a multi-pollutant monitor, again, to fill in some of the gaps that we have. And this came about because of that air toxics rule. So last year, there was the air toxic rule. It applies not just to Suncor, but 3 other facilities within our community. And so those will be great for the community health. The other activity, and I think you're all aware of, but Suncor is undergoing what they call a turnaround. It's a major maintenance activity. It's going to be going on for a few months. They're going to have additional people there and increased traffic. The intent is to improve the reliability at the site. I was asked not to go over all the exceedances, but I will put them in the weekly report, and it'll be up on the website tomorrow. There were 64 exceedances in the last reporting period. 2 of those were EPCRA exceedances, which is the more than 500 pounds in a 24-hour period. One of them was this last weekend, and unfortunately, the other one was April 12th when the students were taking their standardized test. So that's all the information I have, but I'm glad to answer questions.
Councilmember Noble?
Quickly, are either of those 2 units that you mentioned in the north, are either of those 2 units in the north that you mentioned?
Both of them are.
Okay, thank you very much.
So one is a mile north of the refinery, and the other one is on Birch and 86th.
Okay, but not north of 96, not in the North Range then?
No.
Okay. Regarding exceedances, I'm sorry to hear that someone would tell you not to report on that, because that is quite clearly exactly what we want to know, is what the exceedances are, and there, of course, have been very serious incidents since April 12th that residents should know about, and there have been difficulties in getting the most appropriate notifications to the residents. So that has been a key issue. So I hope that we continue to provide that kind of information. I also want to point out that the Edmondson site, which is in unincorporated Adams County on the north side of E470, is moving forward. It had one well drilled in order to keep the permit alive. It now appears that it's going to frack the other 23 wells. All of those will be coming into Commerce City. So the neighborhoods that will be affected will be Outlook and Buffalo Run. Buffalo Run south to 116th and ranging from Second Creek Trail over to Tower Road. Buffalo Run got thrown into this plan when Civitas and PDC Energy swapped mineral rights. Buffalo Run had been Civitas, and it's now Great Western PDC Energy. And the final thing two things I want to note about this. Adams County Government Center is not being fracked, even though the site is directly north of Adams County Government Center. Now, I hope someone from Adams County could explain why they don't think their building should have horizontal wells drilled underneath it, and yet our neighborhood should. And the other thing that's important to me is that there are plugged wells in the neighborhoods. Those plugged wells were done 35 to 50 years ago, long before the standards for plugging were as strict as they are today. If I need to make a motion during administrative council business, I will do so. But I really want the city to pursue with the COGCC to make sure that those abandoned wells are plugged correctly and that there will be no frack hits if and when PDC Energy begins fracking. Adams County liaison tells me to expect the fracking to begin in the summer.
So we did post that notice from PDC up on the website, so it's on the city's website. So if people want to respond, they have till May 22nd. So again, this is that's a spacing. So it doesn't mean they're drilling. First is spacing, then they do a Form 2, then they do a Form 2A. So in the sequence, spacing is basically saying this is the mineral rights we think are in this area, and they're supposed to notify mineral right owners, and so that's where we are with that.
Yeah, I have received notifications from residents in both Outlook and Buffalo Run. The spacing isn't required for drilling. They can go forward drilling without the spacing. There is an application into Adams County as well to switch out their gear, their equipment. Adams County thinks it's because they're going to switch from diesel to electric. But since Adams County is the liaison on this, and they say they expect it to start in the summer, I would expect he's probably pretty accurate about that. The COGCC does all downhole, however. Adams County doesn't have to be notified when it begins, but that is the estimation simply from having conversations with people. But more importantly, I do want to make certain that these wells are addressed that are plugged and abandoned in the neighborhoods of Outlook and Buffalo Run.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Huesman. I am really glad to hear that these exceedances are now being acknowledged. I would like them to be reported during the meeting so that they actually go on record, so that our community knows about them, that they don't have to remember to go back and look at the website later on to see them. There's so much happening in everyone's life right now that having to do something like that is just another burden that they shouldn't have to go through to find out what's happening.
Well, every time that I update them, and I update them monthly, It goes to all the air regulators. It goes to any interested parties, to people that have been at these public meetings. And so it is difficult to find them sometimes on the Suncor page. And so I think it's much easier, and depending on how people want to find the information, you know, I have like a little cheat sheet of the different tabs and what that means in plain
Right,
English.
and I understand that you vote, you're only doing what you've been instructed to do, so, but for the people who are instructing you, just, those people should know that our community wants to know, and they want to hear it here in the meeting, so they don't want to have to go back and look it up. So I would really appreciate that you are allowed to announce those exceedances. And I think it's great now that we're moving past self-reporting, and that they're allowing equipment to be used to find exactly what is being put into the air. What I would like to see going forward, though, is some kind of responsibility for making those exceedances, and I don't know if there are fines in place or what the procedure is, but there really should have to be some kind of penalty for exceeding so that these exceedances stop. Then you also mentioned that in order to be acknowledged as far as being impacted by the Edmondson well, that they had to respond by May 22nd. What does that mean? Can they file a protest or?
Yeah, so they can do a public comment. So up on our
public
website
comment.
is the link. They could do it in person, or they can do it a written statement. And then back to your comment about the fines. So there are fines for these exceedances. What we're really looking at now with this GEMS 2 that I have talked about a few times is, and it's going back and forth, but basically what a lot of the air regulators want is to have a third-party audit of these facilities, and to really give them some advice about like best available control technologies. And so that's one of the issues that have been going back and forth, because when they did the first round of industrial permits, they allowed the companies to pick their consultants. And there weren't a lot of cost-effective technologies that were in the audit. So we're trying to learn from that and take it a step further for community
That's great.
protection.
And the last thing that I have is that I would really like to acknowledge, thank, and congratulate our community for coming forward and to have their voices heard about this, because this wasn't talked about before. This was something that everybody just kind of learned how to live with. They put up with it. And because of the fact that the community had the courage to come forward and start having their voices heard, they started coming and forward and testifying, whether that be to the COGCC, the CDPHE, here in our own council chambers. So the fact that our community has taken ownership of their own well-being to come forward and to let it be known that what they have to put up with, the impacts of living in a polluted area, will not be tolerated anymore, and that we will be heard and acknowledged. And so I want the community to know that they are doing the right thing and to keep up the good work. So thank you for the report tonight. It was very good.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, comments? I'd like to discuss Saturday a little bit, actually Friday evening. Saturday evening, as I was aimlessly looking at my phone, I came across an article in the Colorado Sun, and it talked about how the headline of it, Suncor Refinery has another hazardous chemical leak polluting Commerce City air. The subline of that is, Colorado regulators warn the sulfur dioxide emissions could last and urge neighbors to consider precautions. At 11:40 at night, apparently, Suncor Refinery sent out a phone alert system to residents saying refinery personnel responding to the incident, no immediate action needed by the community. Reporter Michael Booth for The Sun stated, but Saturday afternoon, the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment said multiple levels of monitors at the Suncor fence line and in the neighborhood detected potentially hazardous emissions that would remain above state permit levels for Saturday, and the neighbors should consider safety measures. He quoted the press release that said, exposure to air pollutants like sulfur dioxide and hydrogen sulfide can impact your health depending on how much, how long, and how often you're exposed. These pollutants can also cause difficulty breathing, especially for people with asthma. Hydrogen sulfide may irritate the skin, eyes, and throat and cause headaches, poor memory, tiredness, and balance problems. I'm a little troubled here. No, let me rephrase that. I'm a lot troubled.
So,
I'm troubled by the fact that where was the notification to the community? How did said notification took place? I'm sure that most people sitting in this room probably had no idea that CDPHE sent a message out saying you should probably keep your doors and windows closed, turn on your air conditioners, and don't go outside, and don't go exert yourself outside. Where was that broad notification to our community to inform them of the potential health risks that this release has caused?
So generally, the notifications come from Suncor. They legally have to notify the community for these EPCRA. So these are those 500 pounds within 24 hours. So the exceedance, I've mentioned it a couple times. So the EPCRA is sort of one step above their permit exceedances. And so this was the first time that the community monitors, actually, they were a little above normal. They were still under the federal health advisory limits. They were still under the national ambient air quality standards. So legally, Suncor did what they had to do for the notification, but because they were above what the normal readings were, they're still below the standard. So here's a standard, and they're usually like this, but they were above it on some of the community monitors, and that's what the state stepped in. But part of this whole process that Councilmember Douglas was talking about is like Cultivando, through Boulder Air, the state, myself, we're trying to compare notes and say to the state, there's something that is broken with this system because they are taking these averages, but what is happening was the spikes were so high. So the spike, was supposed to be like 250 parts per million. It was at like a 4,000 level. And so the spikes aren't a legally enforceable standard because you take a 12-hour average or you take a 24-hour average or a 3-hour average. And so what is being discussed now with this cumulative impact analysis is those spikes can have, acute health effects. And when you're getting multiple hydrogen and sulfur, the system seems to be failing.
And I appreciate that, and I appreciate the regulatory component. What I'm taking issue with is the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, who is the one that issued the Title V permit for this facility to pollute up to a certain level, issued a release warning people of potentially negative health effects of Friday night's release, but that release was not broad enough for people to be made aware of. So where are we broken down in the process that when an event like this takes place, residents know and can do what the press release or what the release from CDPHE says? Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. I think you raise a very compelling question for us to have, and just so that council and the community is aware, we are going to be meeting with the executive director and her staff at CDPHE, and this is obviously one of those matters that we can raise and try to help communicate the level of needed transparency on these matters and others coming from CDPHE, not necessarily what Suncor is required to do, but what can CDPHE do as well to help communicate information out to the community that obviously we have concern and care for. So we'll make sure to have that as part of our topics of discussion when we do sit down staff to staff next week and can report back out to council.
And just one other quick comment. So that memorandum of understanding between the feds and the states, the federal government is starting to say to CDPHE, we need to really reevaluate your permits and your enforcement. And so, you know, this is unusual for the federal government when a state is, you know, the regulatory authority to come in and do oversight. So that, you know, I've been in this field almost 40 years now. That's like one of the first times I've seen it.
Thanks, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate those comments. Councilmember Chacon?
Thank you, Mayor. That's exactly my concern, and the whole point of the task force was to hold CDPHE accountable to specifically communities' recommendations, not just the task force recommendations, but community recommendations to not just being aware, because we don't want to just know what's killing us, but also pushing it a step further and having enforceable protections when it's already going that far and being unregulated. So holding CDPHE accountable is going to be really crucial, because we're not going to be the only municipality that's going to have to deal with an industry that's overstepping their boundaries, especially in health standards. But we can be the first one to establish a community health standard when it doesn't exist, and CDPHE is not following through on communities' work already. So is there any way that we can expand what the importance of not just monitoring, but enforcement when it's already violated?
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. I just had one more question. Do you know if that permit that lapsed 11 years ago for Suncor has that been reinstated? So they did approve it again?
Yes, so they have two permits. They have one for Plant 2 and then a separate permit for 1 and 3.
Okay, and so they are permitted to operate again, even though those were ignored for 11 years. Okay, thank you. Just wondered what the status was.
Councilmember Noble?
I'm sorry, I just want to wrap up a couple of things. I would like to make a motion during administrative council business to renew our discussion regarding RCRA. We do have a letter of notification into Suncor regarding intent to sue, and I do think that we should have further discussion about it at this point because there doesn't seem to be any resolution. I also want to go back to the Edmondson site for just a minute. Having been
Please, give me 1 second on that. Councilmember Noble has made a motion in regards to the oil and gas monthly update to have the council and the city continue our discussion regarding the RCRA potential lawsuit. Is there a second? Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to continue the process on the potential RCRA lawsuit against Suncor Refinery. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 702. Great. Continue on with your Edmondson discussion, please.
Thank you, Mayor. That was easy. Back to the Edmondson issue for just one moment. Having been, prior to my election to the city council, I led a group of 15 families in a protest regarding spacing. It is a legal process. You must, public comment doesn't count. You need to do it in a very legal framework if you're going to protest spacing. The deadline for protesting the spacing is May 22nd. And as for the drilling itself, the Form 2 is going to be administrative council business. So if any resident in Outlook or Buffalo Run in particular wants to make comment during the COGCC meeting, you would definitely want to do so when you see it come up on the consent calendar. And you can do that by looking at the COGCC website at their agendas on a weekly basis. Adams County did not know when it would be coming forward. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments, questions regarding the oil and gas monthly update? Thank you again, ma'am, for your time. Appreciate you. We'll see you next month. Always a pleasure.
Thanks.
All right, we're going to move on to the next presentation, which is the redevelopment around Dick's Sporting Goods Park. I'll invite Bill Aiken, Director of the URA, to present.
Thank you, Mayor, members of City Council. We have an exciting presentation for you tonight to give you an update on some history, the opportunity for a three-party mutual gains land exchange, and town center redevelopment opportunity for the Victory Crossing area, which is the area where Dick's Sporting Goods Park and the Civic Center are currently located. Really quick on the history, just to kind of paint an accurate picture on how this development started and where we are today, is that in 2004, the City of Commerce City entered into a purchase and sales agreement with the federal government to acquire 917 acres of land along the Arsenal, the Rocky Mountain Arsenal area, and that land was acquired for $4.6 million. 2005, we dedicated and donated 55 acres to Adams 14 for the construction of the new high school. Between 2004 and 2007, the city, the Urban Renewal Authority, and Kroenke Sports Entertainment entered into multiple agreements that documented what the developer's rights were as far as land acquisition and redevelopment around the stadium area that we'll talk about in just a minute. 2007, the city opened the Civic Center that we're sitting in currently, and Kroenke opened up the Dick's Sporting Goods Park and moved the Colorado Rapids MLS professional team to Commerce City as their home. In October of 2014, Kroenke exercised a provision that was agreed upon in 2006 that said that he could acquire approximately 230 acres of land in Victory Crossing at a price of $16,000 an acre. They purchased that land in 2014 for $4.3 million. On the map in front of you, that is the blue land. It is a majority of the land that was acquired by the city from the federal government in 2004. In 2017, a really important fact is that when the city acquired the land in 2004, there were deed restrictions on the land that prevented any residential land uses to be developed on the Arsenal due to its prior use for manufacturing of chemicals and munitions. In 2017, the federal government lifted that restriction, allowing a route to allow residential development. A lot of what you see that Denver's done in the Central Park neighborhood is a result of that. In 2018, the Adams County Fire District opened in the area, and in 2020, there was a worldwide pandemic. As we get into the meat and bones of the presentation, Kroenke will talk about what their vision is now for Victory Crossing, but what I want to talk about with the three-party mutual gains land exchange, the city has been in conversations with South Adams County Water Sanitation District and Kroenke Sports Entertainment on, is basically, it's a mutual agreement in which the City of Commerce City would exchange 88 acres of land where a majority of the current recreational youth club soccer fields are that are in the ownership of the city, but under the management of Stan Kroenke's group until 2032. That in return, Kroenke would provide approximately 10 acres to the South Adams County Water Sanitation District for their expansion of the Klein Water Treatment Facility to build a PFAS remediation facility next to the Klein Water Treatment Facility that you see circled in red on your screen. And then lastly, South Adams County Water Sanitation District would exchange approximately 6 acres to the city for the City Public Works Department to complete the Rosemary project, which is a capital project that was approved and budgeted for in 2019. For the process to continue, it's important to note that what we are looking for is support for the city, for the city manager to sign an application to subdivide the land outlined in red at the bottom of your screen, the Commerce City-owned property. That what would be presented to you prior to a land exchange would be a memorandum of understanding that the city would have to review and approve, an exchange agreement that the city council would have to review and approve, and an amendment to the master development agreement and stadium management agreement that were executed back in 2006 and 2007. After those are done, then the city could proceed with a subdivision of the land to carve out a parcel. And then it is expected that the land would close or be exchanged on or before July 31st of 2023. What's important to note about the land that is being considered by the city is a lot of it is already tied or committed to existing obligations in which the developer has an opportunity to acquire them at the end of the lease term. On your map in front of you, on the largest area that talks about the southern parcels, there is an existing parking lot that's 14.5 acres in which the owner would like to develop additional MLS facilities, fields, office spaces for the MLS Rapids team. And then the fields themselves would have to go through a process at the federal government to allow residential development or a mixture of uses. And what's important to note with that is that the parking lot could be acquired by the developer in 2032 for $1. That's the way that the agreement is currently written, that they can acquire that lot for $1 at the end of the lease term. And also the 73 acres that are shown as youth fields, that there is already a provision that says that the developer has the right to acquire those at a price or an appraisal mutually agreed upon between the developer and the city. So the concept of the city no longer owning these lands is not a new concept. This is just basically an escalated clause to get us to that quicker than 2032. Last thing I'd like to point out is that if this is successful, that the city would still hold on to what we consider the epicenter of the development, the 22.6 acres outlined in purple on your screen. That is not anticipated or proposed to be part of the exchange, and that will be the absolute center of Victory Crossing post full development of the surrounding properties. With that, I want to introduce, we have members from all three parties here tonight, South Adams County Water Sanitation District, as well as Kroenke Sports Entertainment. And the rest of the presentation, I'd like to introduce Matt Mahoney and Kirsten Beck from Kroenke Sports Entertainment to talk about the vision of Kroenke for that land if an exchange or redevelopment plan is supported by City Council.
Good evening. I'm Matt Mahoney with Kroenke Sports and Entertainment. I'm the Senior Vice President of Development. Thank you. With me tonight is, as Bill had mentioned, is Kirsten Beck, who's our Executive Vice President and General Counsel, and Brian Jenick, who's our lead planner at HOK. Like Bill had mentioned, I'd like to recognize here tonight with us is Jim Mock and Abel Moreno with South Adams Water and Sanitary District. Tonight, we're excited to walk you through what the opportunity vision is for Victory Crossing and for future development in a partnership with Commerce City and South Adams. We encourage you tonight to ask questions. This is an open forum. We'll give our presentation, and then we would like to have an opportunity to discuss what is going to be presented. So right now, I'll hand it over to Brian and have him walk you through the plan.
Thanks, Matt. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. I'm Brian Yenchuk from the global design firm HOK. We specialize in large-scale mixed-use projects like this, especially ones that are anchored by a major sports use, and I'll share a little bit more about that. So, as Matt mentioned, very excited to be here tonight. We wanted to just open up and just set the context for the project that's ahead of us. This is the first of many times, as Bill mentioned, that you will see this project back before you. We begin with an understanding of where our site's at, and this geography is really important. I know the council knows where their site's at, especially given where we are here tonight. But what's interesting about our position as we look at the broader region is that the market of the last several years has really matured around us. And you felt that. You saw the development out of Northfield, subsequent as the park was built out, saw more and more rooftops coming online. That built a retail market to support those rooftops. We began to see secondary pressures enter the market. And while there was a pandemic, which altered our land use composition and a lot of the drivers that we're seeing in the economy, it stayed quite strong here. And so this excites us. As we begin to look at the urban growth beginning to wrap around this property, it suggests that for us very strongly that now is the time for the development of this property. The market's matured, densities have approached. We're seeing what was 2-level construction become 3-level construction, become 5-level construction now, just a stone's throw from the property. These are all the underlying factors that we look for when we think about making a town center, which is what we're all here to do together. So these arrows moving in around the site give us a lot of confidence that now is the time. Now, the vision, we're going to craft this all together. You know, we were asked by Bill and others, go ahead and give us a glimpse of what it would be like to work with KSC on this incredible project. And so the way we would craft that vision together, we would start with crafting a Venn diagram, much like this. We begin with Commerce City and the community's goals. Stakeholder engagement, engaging with all of you council members, the broader community. We look at the latent market demand, the economics. We look at gap analysis within your land use composition. Look at the fiscal impacts of various land uses, and all that kind of creates the foundation for a master plan. Then, of course, there's the project's vision. We put those three together and we get a Venn diagram that really looks at how do we create a vision-driven framework for you here. Not just any town center, but one that's undeniably Commerce City. We're not starting from scratch. As council members know, we have a comprehensive plan which underwent update, existing conditions report in 2021. And what's interesting is leafing through that, which I know you all are very well aware of, I'll just draw your attention to just a few things that seem to strike us as support for this town center. We need a downtown area. Now's the time for this town center. We need support for our local commercial businesses. This needs to be mixed use. We need to strengthen existing city assets, bring in more civic uses, and improve the overall identity and image of our city. Elevate it. We're growing. We want to celebrate that. These are the whys that we use to essentially establish the principles and foundation for the master plan with all of you. So, we start with our why. We know we're here to create a town center for Commerce City, and we're incredibly excited about it. The opportunity's here, the market is here, now is the time, as we often say. We're going to begin by building principles together. These are pillars. Think of them as the foundation posts or beams, just like what's underneath your house that holds it up. This is what holds up a master plan. We think some of the drivers that we're all going to get excited about are certainly prosperity, jobs creation. This helps strengthen our fiscal base here in the city. This is what allows future generations to prosper. Elevate the identity of our community, just from your own 2021 conditions report. Really shift from a monoculture of largely residential uses that surround into something much more diverse, much more mixed use that comes with density. Again, we're starting to see density incline as we move closer and closer towards the property. The market is reinforcing that. Connectivity. For a long time, the site has felt disconnected from its context. We can, through this project, hyper-connect it back into the surrounding context. And that's not just roads, that is bicycle networks, that is shuttles, that is city transit services, multiple modes. Right now, a lot of the property is asphalt, as you know. Very hard, a lot of hardscape, a lot of heat island. How can we really showcase environmental stewardship? Let's transform a lot of those parking lots into parks and other uses. Let's make it vital. That's going to promote the health and wellness and well-being. I was so excited to hear the council focusing on the health of our community going forward. This is a great way in which we can move the dial on that together. That's going to give us improving social equity. We're all in this together, and then that continued investment is already happening with the enhancement of the Rapid Stadium and continuing projects and contributions that Bill referred to. Now, we don't yet know what that vision is going to look like. We're going to develop that with all of you. We're going to develop it together over many, many meetings. But we think its composition is mixed use. We're seeing market demand for various commercial uses, in particular retail. You're seeing that latent. We're seeing increasing residential densities moving towards the property. At the heart, civic uses, where we all come together as a community, right? That's what drives equity. and potentially some anchor uses like medical or higher education that give us a really unique identity and attract other businesses to us. We don't know exactly what this is going to look like after we go through the process with you. We'll do that together, but it's going to be varied. I hope the different colors up there that represent different land uses express to the council that we want it to be vibrant, we want it to be mixed use. That's what makes a town center. And we've done this before. So we've got a couple of precedents or case studies, and when we begin the process following the successful land swap, this is something that we'll do together. We'll look at various other developments anchored by a major sports venue here in Atlanta, the Battery, which is a fan favorite, I think, of Matt and many others. This is a great project. If you haven't been there before, this is one in which a sports use catalyzed mixed-use development. You're seeing commercial towers, the more glassy ones kind of on the right. You're seeing multifamily residential. And again, it attracted a density that was higher than the latent density around it because people want to be there. Land values increased. There was more support for retail that attracted more families, more businesses. It's an incredible project. We can learn a lot from this and bring a lot of those ideas here. Generated jobs, generated homes for families at different affordability levels. Another one that we're excited about in our own hometown. So HOK has led Kansas City Power and Light for basically since 2007. So we're approaching 20 years into this one. This means that we don't just master plan these projects, we see them through their maturity. Lessons learned, all the cuts and bruises as we move through market cycles that rotate from commercial to residential. What really anchored this was an incredible outdoor public venue. What you're seeing here at the heart of the Live District, this is used for corporate celebrations, weddings, parties, retirement. It's also the heart of game day experience. It's also where the farmers market is. So it's not just always about sports, it's about community. There's kids here playing on Saturday. And that catalyzed all the other development that came around Kansas City. Corporations moved their headquarters here. Retail flourished. There's a big indoor-outdoor culture that was supported by pedestrian spaces like you see on the left. Now, we may ultimately, through our visioning sessions, we may decide that what's best for our city here actually is innovation. We want to attract businesses, higher education, healthcare uses, and that's exactly what we did at the Cortex District in St. Louis. This is an innovation community, mixed use, but with a really specific thematic overlay. Really wanted to grow new kinds of businesses, so incubation became clear. We started with the Cambridge Innovation Center, planted certain seeds, partnered with medical and higher education institutions, and created the kind of diverse stakeholder group that we needed for it to grow. And grow it has. It has a whole host of parks, open spaces, residential. It has significant business growth, you see on the left. So this is the idea of a town center specifically forged around innovation to generate new companies. Maybe that will be our focus here. Also, coincidentally, in St. Louis, we also finished one of the MLS's most recent soccer stadiums, again, as a catalyst for a broader district renewal. The idea of urban renewal, the idea of really redeveloping this property here in Commerce City to its maximum, you're not alone. A lot of cities leverage sports, and in this case, also soccer. It's a fantastic amenity. What's interesting here is more than just a soccer stadium, we have the opportunity here at our town center in Commerce City to bring in schools. They host celebrations. This isn't just a soccer stadium. This is where they have community events. This is where kids come with their coaches from high schools, get specialized training. We teach the next generation about being healthy and sporty, using their bodies, staying fit. This is where we become something much more than just a use, but we start to benefit the broader community. Hopefully that gives you a window into what it would be like to work with us. We're very excited. We feel now is the time for Commerce City. Now is the time to develop, and with the land swap, we're going to be able to create the kind of critical mass that each one of those precedents created in order to create that center so that you could create enough development, get enough people, enough jobs, enough businesses, so that more and more grew and it just built on itself. Thanks for letting me share that, Bill.
Prior to opening it up for questions and discussions, staff wanted to quickly talk about the next steps and what direction is necessary. We had anticipated an executive session tonight to talk about the position on negotiations of a three-party mutual land exchange agreement, but the recommendation remains that if this is supported by City Council, that staff is recommending support, and that's an important word to use, and I'll touch base on that in a second, but to support the city manager in executing the necessary forms, applications, and other documents to proceed with preparing the land for a subdivision. And the reason that's necessary is right now the parcel lines do not correctly align with the vision for that redevelopment. It's going to require subdivision of land to create that parcel from a much larger parcel that the city still owns with with 217 acres of open space around the wildlife preserve. The reason we say support is because the charter does authorize the city manager to move forward with these applications, but this being probably the most visible project in Commerce City's history, we felt it was very important to bring this in a public session to put it out what the intention was with the subdivision of that land. It is important noting that supporting the city manager to execute these forms is important for a time-sensitive, necessary step to proceed with it. That being that South Adams County Water Sanitation District has to apply for funding to secure approvals, essentially, to build that PFAS facility next to Klein. And my understanding from what South Adams County Water Sanitation District has told the city is that they need to provide ownership before they can secure that funding. That's the July 31st, 2023 date. Another thing that's important to note is that in supporting the city manager to proceed with subdividing the land does not necessarily mean that the land will be subdivided. That will still require city council action through a meeting similar to this. It does not confirm that the city council will actually approve a land exchange document or that the land exchange will occur. That still requires city council to consider negotiations on that document. It does not commit that the city, this council or a future council will entitle the property for the types of land uses that Brian and his team are talking about. What I mean by that is right now, residential is not a land use that is approved in the PUD zoning because at the time when this development was contemplated, residential was not an allowed land use on the land consistent with deed restrictions by the federal government. So that is a process in itself that requires federal support, about an 18-month process. And then last but not least, while it is incredibly important for a partnership that supporting this subdivision at this time does not constitute that the city or the Urban Renewal Authority will participate in the future redevelopment of this land in any way, financially or otherwise. So with that, I'd love to open up for a discussion and allow you to ask the developer and their team any questions that you have about their vision in this proposal.
Thank you all. Appreciate y'all being here and providing all that information. This time, does anybody on council have any questions for staff or for representatives of KSE? Councilmember Kim?
Thank you. So first off, Mr. Aiken, the other important history marker you forgot to throw in there was the fact that in 2010, the Colorado Rapids won the MLS Cup Championship. So that wasn't in there. So shame on you. Go Rapids.
Go Rapids.
With the exception of some coaching changes that's happened recently, hopefully they make it back sometime soon. So a couple of questions I do have. Okay, so I look at the timeline in history. 2007, we see that the the KSE was the stadium was built out. Then in 2014, we've got approximately 269 acres that was sold to KSE. Correct? That's
Yes, sir.
basically all in the front of that whole area. So my question is, I'm pretty sure if I'm not, I don't know, it feels like what I heard tonight, no offense by any means to the folks that came and spoke. It feels like a repeat as far as what we heard back then, as far as, hey, we're gonna build out this beautiful area, we're gonna build out, kind of a commercial tourism, we're gonna do all these wonderful things out there. Here we are almost 9 years later and there's nothing, absolutely zilch, zero. And this is the part I don't know, whether was it because maybe it's the soil that's bad, that the fact they can't do anything on, but we're talking about prime real estate property that's sitting out there that nothing has been established on. You can't tell me that the South has not developed compared to the North, right? The South even then in 2014 was pretty booming and popular then, so why don't we have anything there that's there? My other question too, actually my primary question is, we're looking at trying to trade out 88.2 acres of our land to KSE, is that right?
That is correct.
And what are we getting in exchange for that? Acreage?
6 acres.
Do you see where the dysfunction is there? We're gonna give up 88 acres for them to promise what they're talking about doing here, which they haven't done since they actually built out, since they bought the acreages back in 2014, and they haven't done anything. And we're gonna give them 88 acres for what, 6? What are we doing with 6 acres? That's, I'm sorry, so please.
Yeah, so
Entertain me.
staff 100% agrees that there is a perception of an unbalanced nature in the area. There's no doubt about that. A couple things to point to are that there is a value of land. Now, we have not appraised the city's own land. It is currently soccer fields. It is, there are agreements out there that require it unless unless the Kroenke Sports Entertainment, as the leaseor of that land, changes the use, that until 2032, it would remain soccer fields. We did do an appraisal on the land that the city is anticipating to acquire from South Adams County Water Sanitation District. There's an appraised value of about $1.2 million for that land. You know, we'd have to appraise the land to understand if it truly is an unbalanced fiscal equation or if it's just unbalanced 88 acres for 6.
So I get the fact what South Adams County has to do. Why isn't South Adams County working with KSC? Why through us? Why do we have to give up the 88 acres? You know what I'm saying? Like, why can't KSC work with directly with South Adams then?
They certainly could. You know, I wasn't here when all this process started, but certainly this has been a mutual gains situation in the sense that a partnership in this area seems more advantageous than other options of acquiring land if you don't have a seller who might be willing to sell it.
Okay, so, and my question to Mr. Rogers then is I don't want to say that KSC hasn't done doing anything since 2014, but I guess my question, understanding that we probably have sand or mineral, whatever it is, that we had dirt out here that might be bad. Have they attempted to create that tourist attraction, you know, when they bought that land in 2014? Has any of that been done through the city at all? Please tell me yes.
Well, I think your question is more appropriately directed to KSC to talk about the efforts that they've tried to undertake in, I'll call it activating Dick's Sporting Goods Park as an entertainment slash, obviously lack of retail, but more of an entertainment district with the stadium in and of itself. I actually do want to go back just one moment to your point that you raised about what's the value. And I think Mr. Aiken tried to hit on that with obviously a land for land. We're not going to see that exact value when you're looking at it from a dirt perspective. But what I would challenge is when you think about it from a compensating public benefit, what is the community getting? Not necessarily what the organization is getting. What is the community getting to benefit itself in being able to provide an assurance for safe drinking water for our residents within not just the core city, but the entirety of our city and the systems that's being provided. We are all very familiar with the Great Recession. We are all very familiar with the retardation of what we've seen in the residential development, and you've seen it in the images over the period of the last 15 to 20 years. So in that, we have a PUD that also lacks what I would call an investable theme in land uses that allows for us to actually create that environment that is able to serve as a destination, able to attract tourism, able to, I would say, minimize risk, but increase access to the type of amenities that we want our residents to be able to come, proffer, sit, use, and live with it. So I think at this stage of the process, and as there is a level of being able to take the next steps, and as we're able to kind of go through the process, we have a better sense of being able to define what those compensating benefits are to the community. Now, for us directly as an organization, we're getting property to help build out a roadway that is severely congested, that's been on the books, funded since 2019. However, we've lacked the ability to purchase the necessary right-of-way to drain that roadway without flooding other properties within the vicinity. So the benefit in and of itself, once again, it's not 6 versus 88. It's what comes with the economic investment. It comes with providing safe pedestrian, vehicular circulation network, and also is the investment that we're able to get for the community when it comes with South Adams County Water and Sand.
So I understand that as far as what you're telling me, but I also don't agree with it either at the same time. I mean, we think about it, I mean, again, we're going back to 88 acres plus another 269 that KSC has owned for all these years, for the past 9 years, and nothing has been done with all the promises that's been made and nothing. We got dirt out there, essentially. And so I understand that there is problems with the PFAS, too many acronyms to list, regarding the water issues that we do have, but I also believe there should be a good faith effort between KSC and South Adams instead. I mean, something to that effect, right? I mean, why are we going to try to give up 88 acres of our own land that we could potentially build something off of versus allowing KSC work directly with South Adams? So with that said, I can't support this.
Fair enough, and I think we need to provide a little bit more clarification on is that the property in which they are seeking to have as a trade-off, correct me if I'm wrong, Bill, but they have the ability to purchase for in and around the range of $1 to some identified appraised value at in and around the time of 2032.
That is correct. So the 14 and a half acres that's identified as parking lot, they have the option to purchase that for $1 in 2032 and develop it according to the PUD. The balance, the 73.8 acres, originally that was anticipated to be part of their acquisition of 269 acres. However, the fields switched from the west side of the stadium to the east side. And what was identified in an amendment in 2007 is that the youth fields could be acquired in 2032 for a fee that was determined by both parties with an appraisal method determined by both parties. So does not talk about what the value of those fields would be in 2032, but it does give KSC the right to acquire them in 2032 for an agreed upon amount.
And I think what it's critical to be able to point out, you've stated it. We've had the better part of almost 20 plus years to which there's been no activity on the site. Not going to argue with that. I think that's a very accurate statement, and I think that's one that we have been quite vocal about, even with our KSC in various conversations. I think what's representative now is that you have a program, a development program that they feel can be investable. They have a development program they feel confident they can move forward with, given that certain, I'll call it, limitations have either been removed or have expired. And you have something that they're trying to accelerate development that, quite frankly, could sit fallow for another 8+ years. And if we're actually trying to develop and deliver something that provides a benefit to the community, an opportunity for the community to galvanize around, then we have something in front of us. And once again, I'm not saying you give away the horse or the cart. What I am simply sharing is there are additional negotiations to provide parameters or milestones that demonstrate execution, about taking the credible steps to actually seeing something come out of the dirt. Our existing agreements, be it what they are, lack those level of strictures. So we're in a position where we have an ability to kind of go back to the whiteboard and identify what is meaningful to the community. How do we stand that up for the community? And how do we deliver something that was always intended for this development to accomplish back in 2003 and obviously ultimately in 2007?
And one more point of clarification is the city's been talking about this as a town center going on 20 years now. But it wasn't until 2017 that residential could actually even be feasible in this area. So the idea in 2014, the contract was that we would sell the land and Kroenke would agree over a period of time to develop up to 600,000 square feet of retail around the stadium. But there was never any identifiable customers or rooftops there, just the 17 home games per year. In 2017, late 2017, when the federal government adopted a new act that now allows residential with an environmental assessment, and then 2 years later, a pandemic occurred, and we find ourselves coming out of the pandemic in an area where instead of this being a retail development with not much to the south or to the east, Now there's an opportunity where this site really starts to feel more like an infill development with the possibility of residential if the federal government would support it.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Kim, for bringing up the very obvious and asking some of the same questions and expressing some of the concerns that you had, because they're the exact same concerns that I have. I don't understand why we have to use contaminated water that we didn't contaminate for our citizens as a reason to do a land swap that is not going to benefit the residents of this city. To me, it's a bait and switch. This was promised to us. I've been coming to council meetings over the years since I've been here, which is nearly 20 years. I have heard these promises over and over again that, oh, we're going to start now, we're going to do this. That was part of the agreement for them to enter into the URA, which means that they have gotten tax credits. And do we collect sales and use tax from them?
So on an annual basis, currently, we collect about $1,400 a year.
Oh, that's a lot of money. Okay. So we were made these promises that they were going to build this town center, no matter what. Now they're coming to us and saying, oh, well, we need to do a land swap in order to do it. Why? That was part of the agreement from the get-go. We just weren't smart enough to put deadlines in place to make them accountable to fulfill their agreement. So I'm sorry, but this does not make sense to me. If we have 8 more years before the URA agreement is over, does that mean that we then enter into another 25 years of not getting the benefits of what we should be getting because we feel like we're forced into entering another URA agreement? I'm so glad that we're not having an executive session tonight, because when I saw that on the agenda, I thought, here we are. We're going to have our heads spinning. We're going to be talked into doing something that we should really be taking a very close look at so that the city comes out on top. For once, we always get the short end of the stick. Why is it? We better learn how to be smart and learn how to negotiate. There are so many things that we could do with this, and we could think of transportation for the future. The city could go into partnership with different entities to have like they did in Kansas City, Missouri. They have free transit where you can hop on the light rail. We could have that going down Quebec if we played our cards right. But we have to play our cards right. And I hate to throw this out here like this, but I'm tired of sugarcoating stuff. I really am. I ran for office so that I could represent the citizens of this community, the residents of this community, to the best of my abilities. And I refuse to pander so that I can go along to get along. Just not going to do it anymore. So I'm with Councilmember Kim. We better do some really an examination of this before we enter into any kind of an agreement. And I know it's the city managers, you have the right to do that, but the citizens, the residents have to come first.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, thank you. I respect all the comments that have been said. I do think there's quite a bit in there that I have a different opinion on. This is not the first entertainment opportunity that I've heard in the 4 years I've been on council presented by KSE. So I know for a fact this isn't the only time they've tried to do something. So I do want to call that out. I think where I do agree is that the devil can be in the details. I think there's a lot to be said about coming here and presenting kind of just an overall vision with no details. That's absolutely probably our best case scenario that we're going to walk into. And I've spent 4 years with people telling me every single time I talk to a constituent, there needs to be more to do in our city. This doesn't necessarily solve that problem, but it allows us to have discussions about what does that look like. And allows us to have those discussions about what retail, what restaurant opportunities, what can we do here. Doesn't mean this is a hard decision to make, like, we're not going to make the whole decision tonight. And I think that's the big thing for me is that we have to even be willing to open the conversation after this. And so my other concern is we're terrible. Governments in general are terrible landowners and developers. And owning 88 acres is not going to do us any good because we're never going to have the budget to build a vision that we would feel up to par to deliver for our citizens. And so to me, there's a compromise that has to be made, and I don't think anybody was suggesting otherwise. And I'm not necessarily saying it has to be this one. I'm just saying, in general, if we want this area to develop, we have contractual agreements that we must honor, and so let's find the best use inside those contractual agreements. And I don't know that it's today, I don't know that it's in 2032. I'm just saying, for us to have the conversation about what Victory Crossing can become, there's a lot that goes into that, and I think we have to be willing to have that conversation, because if we don't, we're gonna see it for 9 more years, and then it's gonna be built as something different than being presented today, for sure, but it's still going to have the potential to be built. And so, to me, look, KSE is a big company. They've done this in several different places around the country. I think everybody's scared of being strong-armed. I understand that. But I also look at this as an opportunity to have a conversation that could lead to nothing. It could lead to the best thing that's ever happened, and more likely it's something in the middle of that. And so, without making any decisions further than that, I would like to continue the conversation. That would be my preference.
Councilmember Ford.
Thanks, Mayor. I was here, and I do feel like I was strong-armed in a sense on some of this. We did have development plans, and there was this big opportunity. I was here when we did the stadium deal. I still think it has a lot of potential for our residents to benefit from. We need places for our residents to have the opportunity to be entertained, to be able to have other food venues. There's the property that sits next to South Adams Water Klein plant has the opportunity for some entertainment pieces. The TIF clock has ran now for almost 20 years, and that TIF clock is going to run out, and there's only very few people or organizations in this country that could afford to let the land sit vacant with that tax increment financing piece on that land and not take advantage of that TIF. And I think that was the hardest thing to stomach, is that you have enough money, you don't have to worry about the tax increment financing. But we did not extend the TIF clock when it came before us. I think I agree with my colleagues that are sitting up here, but there are some caveats. Number one, I want to make sure that we're working with our co-parts over at South Adams Water. I would do the same for the fire department. I want to help them get what they need. However, I think we have to have a rational discussion when it comes to the 70-plus acres of where the soccer fields are, less the parking lot that they get for $1. In 2035, I'd like to have some serious estimates about what that land's going to be worth. What is this costing our residents? Because when you're talking about the particular land in question, it's significant. I know that they have the option to purchase it, but what does that mean from a financial standpoint to our city, to our residents? The whole reason we entered into an agreement with the soccer stadium was to bring a venue that would encourage commercial development, sit-down restaurants, and venues other than what I grew up with in Commerce City. And so I still think that Kroenke Sports has an obligation to fulfill from a development standpoint for our residents. I think that when you're talking the amount of land swap and the net negative to all three parties involved, primarily the city is taking the short end of the stick. I'd like to know what those values are and what does that mean when we're talking in real dollars. One of the things that I think help with the discussion is when is Kroenke going to do something? I mean, I hear, and I heard 20 years ago, I hear plans, I get to see nice pictures, but I still to this day have not heard when we might see something. It went from sports medicines facilities and sit-down restaurants and things over the years, different times, and it's been quiet for quite some time. And I think because we made some people mad when we didn't reset the TIF clock, but it would have damaged our urban renewal process moving forward after the state had just redone it. I think we're in a bad predicament to do something like that. Doesn't mean that I would have supported it, but the whole purpose of being in a partnership is that both parties benefit. I want Kroenke Sports to benefit. I want you all to do well. I was there when that stadium opened. I was there when they topped it off. I was there through the negotiations. But there was a promise, and there was a promise that we were going to bring additional venues and additional opportunity to the residents, especially in the southern end of this city. Quebec Street was a 2-lane road with no curb, gutter, or sidewalk, 2 ditches on either side. And the city stepped up and we participated and did our part. Quebec's now a major thoroughfare. It has better design. We've got nice landscaping. The one piece that's missing is activity by Kroenke. And I think, to just start out by having a conversation about, hey, this is what we're going to do, and this is what we're wanting to entertain, is this land swap for 6 acres and some rosemary. And so I understand how the city works. We have the right to go in and be able to get the property we need along Rosemary for that development. I think it would cost us far less than giving up 70-some acres of land that in 2035, I anticipate the value of that to be quite significant, being that there is not much developable land left on the southern end of our community, let alone Northfield's built out. All those things are to our advantage. That I want both parties to do well, but I want those obligations to be fulfilled. My obligation to the community to have those entertainment pieces, those sit-down restaurants, the stuff that the residents wanted at the time. And so I think, this is kind of a shock to come forward and go, hey, give up 88 acres, 70 some of which you're going to be able to have an appraisal and get fair market value for, and get 6 and some right-of-way along Rosemary. I would really like to have a partnership where people sit down and they say, hey, this is our plan. We intend to do this. It came back, it reminds me of what a former council member said at one time. It was, we need to quit talking about it and start moving some dirt. And 20 years later, I need to see somebody doing something on this property to make me feel good about the commitment that I made 20 years ago. And the 70-some acres, I know will be a windfall at some point for the city from a financial standpoint. But the loss over 20 years of being promised and not having anything for our residents on this side of Quebec to do, other than to come to court for traffic violations or to see a soccer game 12 times a year, didn't fulfill the obligation of what I thought our original agreement was. So I guess what I'm saying is, to Cronky Sports, we need to have an idea of when you plan to do something on this property. It's great to see plans, but when? I mean, not just, hey, this is someday it'll be this. Someday it was gonna be this 20 years ago, and I'd like to have an idea of when can we anticipate something happening? When will there be any movement on any of the property around the stadium? And from the water district aspect, I want them to know I'm here to help them. I don't know if I'm here to help them give away 77 acres of city land to gain 6 acres, but I do know they need that plant. They need that treatment facility, and I'm willing to be there to help them through that process. But I think there needs to be some discussions with our staff and Cronky Sports to talk about timing and when we're going to see something happen, because for 20 years, people have asked me, when's something going to happen on that property? I don't know. I guess the man has enough money, he doesn't have to do anything. You can land bank it forever. But at some point in time, the TIF clock does run out. That's a disadvantage for the organization, because the intent of that TIF clock is to motivate things to happen, not to stagnate things. And it has motivated things to not happen. And unfortunately, about the only developer that I know of that could sit on that much land for that amount of time with a TIF clock running out. And I'm just being honest to Cronky Sports. I'm being honest to the staff, and I'm being honest to the residents. We all deserve something to happen on that property. I will be as helpful as I can to help Cronky Sports be a good partner to help create something positive in our community for our residents. But if somebody came to you in the private market and laid this in front of you, it's almost laughable. I need to know, how does this benefit our residents who took the chance on Cronky Sports, who bought the land for $4 million, who designed it and allowed the agreement to happen and have waited. Most of those residents aren't even here anymore. They've moved on. And they deserve much better than that. And I'll be the first one. I was there, I signed the agreement, but they deserve better than that. And I think it's time that we have real discussions with Cronky about timing on something happening on this process on this property that's gonna benefit our residents. And they currently own all of the property next to South Adams. And based on what I just saw, there's a lot of high density residential that needs water. Water is one thing that's a commodity that they just aren't making any more of it. They quit making it a long time ago, right? And so we're running slim on it, and we have to be careful about how we use it. At some point in time, though, Cronky's going to need water from that same water district. And so it's not just the city that's at a loss or pressure to get a new treatment facility for our current existing residents. Cronky will need that if they want those future residential residents on this property too. So we're all in this together. We ought to be working together to figure out a solution. But tonight, I was frankly shocked about a request to give up 70-some acres that will be at market value for the city in 2035. I won't be here, but you know what? I can't say that. Who knows? I don't plan to be here, but things have happened in the past I didn't think were going to happen either. In 2035, the residents still deserve that, if nothing more. And so we need to be thoughtful with the residents' land, which is future money for the residents, and it's gaining interest right now based on how the markets are doing. But I'd rather we sat down and had a partnership, because the residents have been waiting a long time. And I think that the residents would really be unhappy if I went ahead and struck another deal that I didn't have a time frame involved, that when there was going to be something to their benefit long-term. And so I would like to see how this progresses. I'm with Councilman Hurst that says, you know, we gotta try to work together, because that's how we make this work for our residents. I'm not kicking Cronky to the curb. I'm just saying it's time we get something done. And I'm there for the water department long-term. I'll do whatever I have to help them get what they need. But it has to be reasonable, because I wouldn't want to throw that on the water board to make the same kind of an exchange for us, because they would get hammered by their customers if they gave up what we're being asked to give for what little in return. That's all I have to say.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you, Mayor. I did calculate as I was sitting here, there are 4 commercial land properties for sale in Commerce City right now for an average cost per acre of $625,000. So the 70-some acres could be around 50 million. That's 50 million. The 6 acres, 3.75 million. And the nearly 10 acres, of course, 6.25 million. So there is quite a huge difference in price. I would, since our guests ask us to ask questions of them, I would like to ask questions of Mr. Mahoney, please. Could you come to the podium? Thank you very much. Okay, so it's come up multiple times here. The question of why the property that you do own currently, that you could have been doing something to, hasn't had any activity on that. Any planning, any development?
Yeah, so we tried to articulate that and explain that. You know, we've had a residential restriction placed on the property in order to create really the town center that we're looking to, that we put on the screen, that were precedent images. You see a lot of retail, you see a lot of residential above the retail, and the residential counts and the density that we would want to see equals the retail that we could put on site. They kind of work together. Successful retail just doesn't work if you don't have the homes to service the retail, right? So, you know, when you combine the conversation around, hey, Northfield has grown up and around the property over time, it starts to make more sense. This is an appropriate time to be thinking about really development around the stadium and creating that mixed-use district that we all want to see here. So that's an answer just to the timing. And related to the residential restriction, you know, we've had conversations with the EPA around our intentions to lift that restriction, and that's been well received. They've given us a path forward in that regard. So we feel like we have a handle on how to do that. But that's just a big part of the equation for us to answer the question of when. We would need to get into that process with property that we own, and know that we have a full vision for, and work with them on moving through that process.
With the approval from the federal government, could you not do that on the property that you currently own?
Yeah, it's restricted across all the property.
Yes, but if it's lifted, you could do it on the property that you currently own.
Correct.
And not the 77 acres.
Correct.
And part of your commitment to the community was youth activities, and the representative from HOK mentioned that you would be doing youth activities going forward, but that was a commitment that was made when you originally had this agreement. Why have there not been more youth activity cooperation with Commerce City youth. I think about that often because I'm a big Avalanche fan, and I know how much the Avalanche work with youth hockey clubs. And I'm just always so stunned that the kids in Commerce City don't get the same support from Dick's Sporting Goods Park.
Well, I appreciate you bringing that to my attention. I do. I think we'll note that, and we'll make more concerted effort for outreach to Commerce City youth. I think the fields that have been built around the stadium are a regional-wide youth asset. I know they're used. I live in Greenwood Village, and I know my kids have played on those fields, and they're just a draw regionally, and that's been a very successful asset for the community. Have been those fields.
Oh, I agree with you. And I think Commerce City gave Cronky a very advantageous agreement several years ago.
Yep.
And I think in exchange, working with the community would have gone a long way in terms of building trust and a
Appreciate that.
relationship.
I appreciate that feedback. Thank you.
Is there a reason that you don't want to sell your property directly to the water district?
Well,
or even give it to them?
yeah. So this exchange conversation was really part of with the sanitary district and with Commerce City and with KSE in a creative solution that could, the acres around the stadium that were, if they were included in this exchange, what the benefits that really would bring to Commerce City and to Victory Crossing. And you can tell just those parcels really round out the development around the stadium, which is when you looked at the precedent images, I mean, that's where all the, we have a phase 1 built already. That's the stadium. And where development's going to want to occur for us for this true town center and mixed use district is going to be around the stadium. It's going to want to be at that energy, at that core, and go from there. And currently we don't have that.
Mr. Mahoney, is KSE going to pay Commerce City anything for the 77 acres?
Well, in this proposal, it's considered a land exchange.
So the answer is 0, and it's currently worth $50 million. $50 million, and the answer is 0. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd also like to speak to Mr. Moreno, if possible. And by the way, I think Cronky does great projects. I only wish you'd started sooner. Hello there, Mr. Moreno, Director of South Adams County Water and Sanitation District. Can you explain to us why the Water District isn't buying that property directly from Cronky?
You bet. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Appreciate being here this evening. We originally had this conversation with the city when they had approached us about acquiring the Rosemary parcel. In that discussion for the 6 acres, in addition, there are 2.8 other acres that the city owes the district for a land swap that happened in the late 90s. And so through the conversation with the city, it's where the 3-way land exchange agreement came from. And that's where it was born. Because Cronky owned the land that we were seeking to acquire, the city, I think through an economic development opportunity, had brought the idea about bringing the Cronky team to the discussion. So we weren't opposed to talking directly with Cronky, but because the city had a land need and we have a land need, and Cronky owned the land and owns land around Dick's Sporting Goods Park, it seemed like there was some good synergy there for us to be able to negotiate a mutual agreement that would benefit all parties involved.
I would agree with you up until you get to benefit all parties. That $50 million just keeps rattling around in my head. So if you buy the 10 acres from Cronky, and then we buy the 6 acres from you, then you're only making up the difference of 4 acres or so.
Yeah, I think our preference would be
Cost.
that.
Oh, and we still owe you 2.8 acres.
Yeah, I think
as
our
well.
preference would have been that the city bought the land from Cronky and gave it to us in exchange for us giving the city the land.
Oh, that makes sense. That's good. I like that one.
That was the original conversation that we had with the city.
Oh, okay. That actually makes a lot of sense. I think that we need something really exciting in Commerce City, absolutely. So there's no question. I have no opposition to that. I just am concerned about the imbalance in this, and I think that there's a simpler way to go about it, and we have been presented with the most complicated and most disadvantageous, however you pronounce that, suggestion possible. So for that reason, I wouldn't be able to accept it either, but I certainly like your idea, Mr. Moreno. Thank you very much.
You bet. Thank you.
Mr. Moreno.
Mayor Huseman, just to note, Councilmember Chacon has her hand up as well.
Okay, Councilmember Chacon.
Thank you, Mayor. Honestly, we have to also consider equity frameworks. I am completely down for the south side of Commerce City being able to have more entertainment, more access to fun. I'm unfortunately the only one that was able to even bring my son tonight, and this is his first game, and we had a whole bunch of other things. So it's actually an ability for our communities to thrive. So I just want to throw that out there first and foremost. But the reason that a lot of those community members aren't there is because they're dead. We need to really be mindful about equity frameworks and support the types of issues that our community members have already voiced over and over just the same. And prioritizing their health and safety is incredibly important just the same. So I feel like this is completely too much of a steal against Commerce City for, the level of the land that's there, the amount of restoration that land needs also for the community to even engage on it yet. And also to first address our water needs, because Commerce City is notoriously known for having terrible water. So how can we expand again? Environmental justice sometimes is the equity priority in the framework, no matter who's coming in, because not all money is good money. And it's incredibly important that Cronky also has to see. We just had a conversation of CDPHE, the last conversation, but even the new spaces that are coming in of any developer also has to keep this in mind when they come to Commerce City. How are they going to benefit our residents, not just to thrive, but to also live? So how are we going to really address the water crisis and the water issue in those spaces to a level of a priority that is more important than just another sports accessibility? Of course, I want that. I do see the importance of it, but I don't see that even brought in a way that we not only need, but our community members are actually suffering from. We already know that 4 different forms of PFAS are running downriver, and we're connected to more cities than just where we're at. So that water goes everywhere. In fact, the whole eastern plains of Colorado. So I would really like to see how Cronky addresses even environmental justice, to where we're not just another community that's to be taken advantage of, or to be taken advantage of for our property and our land. Because a lot of community members that are still alive do really hold this land very special, and they do want to see their future generations be happy and be able to have accessibility. But that water and that space needs to also be restored, and so do the communities first. And that is a priority that seems to constantly be pushed to the wayside. And then Commerce City also is pushed to the wayside as though we're not taking it seriously, when we do love our city, and we do love our land, and we do love our people. So I just wanted to reiterate that equity frameworks need to happen sometime soon. And how is Cronky really being mindful about how they're taking advantage of certain communities or certain land or certain accessibility without those contexts being considered?
Mr. Moreno, can you explain to me what you're going to build on 10 acres?
Yes, sir. We have plans for an ion exchange water treatment facility, which will remove PFAS. We also have a second water treatment plant that we potentially will need that is tied to 1,4-dioxane. And then we also have storage reservoirs that we are looking to construct on site.
All right, let's talk about the first one of PFAS. You guys detected it in 2017 because you went out and did the testing on it, but you're remediating it at this time. How are you remediating it?
You're talking about today, sir?
Yes.
So when the health advisory limit changed in June of last year, the district took 20% more water of Denver water. Our water supply is typically 80% groundwater. 20% Denver water. We took 40% Denver water back in June and only started using our northern wells that are the least contaminated.
And how much a month does it cost to have to do all that Denver water versus what you normally would do Denver water?
Yeah, I don't know that I can do the math quick enough in my head monthly, but it's about $2 million annually.
$2 million annually. And who's paying for that?
The ratepayers, sir.
The ratepayers, okay. But this new treatment plant would allow you to bring those costs back down.
That is correct.
And you would fund the new treatment plant with grants from the federal government, the infrastructure bill that was signed that we haven't seen any money from yet, things like that?
Yes, sir. We will be applying for bipartisan infrastructure law funding through the State Revolving Fund program, as well as the Water Infrastructure for the Improvements Nation Act, that there's funding available for emerging contaminants.
And you've already had meetings with our Colorado delegation regarding your intent to apply for these?
Yes, sir. In fact, I was in DC last week to continue that conversation.
And some of those members of the delegation have actually toured your facility and listened to your concerns?
Yes, sir.
Great. The 1,4-dioxane, I don't think that's something that most people are aware of. Can you bring us up to speed on that?
You bet. In 2012, there was a ruling by the EPA that we needed to test under the uncontaminated monitoring rule. And we found 1,4-dioxane in our water supply. The federal health advisory limit, it is not a standard today. There's no plans, as I understand it, for a standard to be proposed at this time, but the health advisory limit is 35 parts per billion. And there's a state groundwater standard that's 0.35 parts per billion. So on the drinking water side, we're well below any detection limits for 1,4-dioxane. But as it relates to discharge on the wastewater side, we're above that standard. So we're in discussions with the EPA and CDPHE in terms of a path forward.
And why is it that the discharge is as high as it is?
Why is our discharge as high as it is? Because 1,4-dioxane is in our groundwater supply, and it gets treated down. Well, we can't treat it. It's at I think we're at 7 parts per billion, roughly.
And so when we discharge it, where do we discharge it to?
South Platte.
And South Platte goes to Eastern Plains of Colorado?
Yes, sir.
Nebraska?
Yep.
The Dakotas?
Northeast.
Northeast, all the way down, all the way through the Mississippi River. And there's thousands upon thousands of farmers out there who are relying on clean water to flow down that river in order to support their crops that we end up eating.
Yes.
Great. I think I'm through with you for a moment, but I reserve the right to call you back up.
I appreciate that, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Mahoney. I'm looking on this map right here, and I see this Project South site, and I look right here towards the bottom left corner of that Project South site. I see a little green field right there. It doesn't have any markings on it, but I'm pretty confident that my daughter was out there practicing this evening. If you build a house there, where is my daughter going to practice?
Yeah, so we have concepts of where to work with the city on the youth field relocations. Initial discussions in our minds, and we've thought through, have been potentially in the Arsenal open space that's just right across Prairie Parkway.
Okay. You mentioned that these fields are regional draws, but I have to correct you. And I know that the end of the month now, there's going to be a soccer tournament that uses some of these fields. It's going to bring teams in from across the country.
There you
And
go.
it's actually the largest soccer tournament in the state of Colorado, and it is a showcase. And some of those families come right here to Commerce City to watch their kids play.
Sure, I appreciate that.
When they do, as soon as they're done with the game, they leave Commerce City and go to Denver to eat and drink and sleep and do everything else. There's a couple problems with that. We can talk and we can focus on your 72 acres that are of such contention right now amongst my peers up here on the dais, but this entire property that borders Quebec that is sat there just as vacant, just as undeveloped, unsightly, absolutely disgusting to see, tarnishes the image of our city. None of that has been considered, talked about, or is even required in a land swap for you to go out and develop and turn it into something that can be used by those families, used by the residents, or used by anybody else who comes to this city to visit the stadium or visit whatever it is that the arsenal, the refuge, whatever it is. Why are we so hung up on these 77 acres when you've got hundreds of acres sitting out there that you can develop but choose not to on a daily basis?
Yeah, I really think it comes down to, respectfully, I think it comes down to the residential restriction. I think having retail on that stretch there without housing, without combining it with some multifamily, that's been just kind of that has been the overall vision and intent for the property. That's been the struggle.
Okay, for 6 years now, you've had the ability to develop that and remove the residential restriction on that entire piece of property in order to put the residential in the mixed use and have the commercial, but your organization has sat on the sideline and not done anything until you come in here and request that we give you 88 acres. Why have we not done anything in the last 6 years on the property currently owned, residing in the city, that is prime for development, that could be residential development based on if you'd taken action with the EPA, that has been allowable to you for the last 6 years?
Yeah, again, I think the core development that has wanted to occur with the residential restriction lift has been focused around the stadium and creating that mixed-use district on the stadium first and growing from there.
But that requires so much extra effort. That requires a land swap, a three-way land swap. That requires all this discussion in order to figure out how to get that done when this has been available, but no action has been taken. So given the fact that no action has been taken, how can you convince the city council and the residents of our community that if we swap the land for you and we go through all this, you're actually going to follow through and do something instead of letting the land sit fallow? The most used piece of land in this entire development is a parking lot where people learn how to ride their motorcycle. That's the most used piece of land. Several days a week, people are out there learning how to ride their motorcycle. Not what was envisioned whenever then Mayor Ford signed agreements with your organization saying, we are going to build this. You've had the opportunity, you've had the land, you've had the ability to remove those residential restrictions on that. You could have shown good faith to everybody involved that this is something that your organization is committed to do, but nothing has happened. So how can you stand there and convince the 9 of us this time is different?
Well, I respect that. I do, and I hear you. I think, I've tried to explain it before. I think, development is about timing, and we explained kind of the site when it was first built, when the stadium was first built, is a different context than it is today. And this site is now feeling like it's more of an infill site. And when you combine this opportunity for the real estate to really be wrapped around the stadium of where, again, we want to have that start from, this is where the timing starts to line up together with an actionable project.
I guess I don't understand the timing piece of it.
Okay.
Because whenever we leave the stadium or that soccer field I pointed out after a practice on Friday evening and have to drive down Central Park Boulevard to find a place to eat dinner. When we do that, I see all those apartments, townhomes, condos, everything that's been built up and down Central Park Boulevard between 56th Avenue and 50th Avenue, or in between Northfield Parkway. All that's been built. All that's been built in the last 6 years. It is blown up. I look at these houses that you see on this picture immediately to the right of the stadium, the ones that call and complain every Labor Day whenever Fish is in town. I look at all them. They've all been developed. So the timing was right for them to develop, but the timing has never been right to develop on property you own along Quebec. I don't understand where the timing is different. It's not that far apart. We're talking less than a mile apart. Some developer said, you know what, it's worth it to put the houses over here on the right side, but Kroenke has never said it's worth it to start building over on the left side.
Right. Again, I think this site is different than a single-family development site. This is wants to be more of a high-density, mixed-use district. It always has been. And that's a different type of development, a different type of approach to development than single-family home development.
Okay, thank you. Look, if it hasn't come across, I'm frustrated. I'm just as frustrated by the fact that the sand is sitting out there, the dirt is sitting out there. I'm just as frustrated that we have the state's best motorcycle training facility, the most expensive motorcycle training facility out there, and that's the extent of what we have. And I could continue to sit here and say, because of these frustrations, we shouldn't do anything. This is a bad deal for Commerce City. No, let's just sit and do nothing. But I'm reminded by a saying that my mom, rest her soul, used to tell me, don't cut off your nose to spite your face. And that mentality is exactly what that is. It's cutting off our nose to spite our face. Mr. Rogers, who's your favorite football team?
You're loud.
That would be the Los Angeles Chargers, sir. Don't laugh at me. Don't laugh at me. Don't laugh.
I can make a motion to remove city.
Hey.
No, you know, there's an important piece here. There's an important piece that he just said. He didn't say the San Diego Chargers. He said the Los Angeles Chargers. There's a reason why they're the Los Angeles Chargers. There's a reason why Spanos and family pay rent to KSE to play in Irvine, California. Because they as an organization couldn't get a deal done with the residents in the city of San Diego. Now, when I was a kid, I grew up going to Jack Murphy Stadium, and that ought to date you because that's way back even before Qualcomm. And I used to watch the Padres, and I used to watch Tony Gwynn play there, and I used to watch the Chargers play there. Then it became Qualcomm Stadium. Now that stadium doesn't even exist. It's torn down. There's a beautiful new facility there called Snapdragon Stadium that the Aztecs play and the San Diego Wave play at. It's absolutely beautiful. There was an organization that was capable of taking that land and turning and repurposing it and making it into something. I don't want to be sitting here in a couple years looking at an empty soccer stadium that is not being used, that is graffitied, that is run down, that no longer has an MLS soccer team playing in it, because this city council wanted to cut off their nose to spite their face and say, no, we're not willing to do anything, go figure something else out. Because what you're asking them to do may very well involve moving that stadium. And that's just the cold reality of it. Mr. Mahoney, how many millions of dollars are you guys expected to dump into that stadium by the Major League Soccer?
Your question is, I'm sorry, repeat.
How many millions of dollars does MLS want you to dump into that stadium with new practice fields, new locker rooms, new facilities, and things of that nature?
Yeah, you know, we're going through that analysis right now, but we're underway on a $2 million improvement to the stadium currently. We just released that. We're looking at all new infrastructure from roofing, mechanical units, and et cetera. That's another $15 to $20 million that we're underway on right now. And then from the fields and complex study, you know, that's a pretty in-depth analysis that we're doing to keep up with the rest of the league. But you know, that could range, you know, between $40 to $80 million.
How much did it cost to build the stadium?
Yeah, 180 million.
You know, at some point in time, you can look at it and you say, do I keep throwing money at what I have, or do I go buy a new one? Do I replace the transmission in the car, or is it time to trade it in and go get a new car? And I'm afraid that if this council continues on this conversation of saying, this is not a good deal for Commerce City, I'm afraid that's what happens. And I'm afraid that we end up looking at a facility sitting over there that is crumbling, has graffiti on it, has crime, becomes a homeless encampment, becomes whatever, becomes all the undesirables because it's been abandoned in place. There's documentaries out there that happen in shopping malls all across this country where they do exactly what I'm talking about. Nobody is saying tonight approve a three-way land swap. What has been asked of us is let our staff go off and try to negotiate the best deal possible for the residents and come back to you with what that deal is. And I am finding it incredibly incredulous. I think I doubled up on that one, didn't I? Incredulous that we're not willing to let our staff go do that and come back to us and present us with the best options possible. I'm not saying I like the idea. I'm not saying I like the fact that we're going to give up 70 acres, the 14 of it that you can have for $1. Great. In 9 years, I have no doubt if you're still here, if that soccer team is still here, you'll buy that property for $1 if we don't move forward with the deal and do what you need to do with it. What happens with the other property? As a soccer parent, I don't like the fields. I really don't. I've made this well known. I don't like the fact that from October to March, nobody gets to use them. I wish that there was more control we as a city had to make sure that the youth in the community could go out there and use those fields whenever they want to. I really do. Maybe that's something we come to an agreement on how it is that we manage the fields to make it so that it is truly something for the kids to be able to go out and play. Maybe it's something that is designed that promotes exactly everything that everybody in this council is asking for when it comes to entertainment, dining, retail, youth sports, youth activities. And at the same time, we help the water district have 10 acres of land to not just take care of the PFAS, which you're paying for today as it is, but also the dioxin, which is seeping into your crops and into your food. Let's at least have the conversation. That's all that's being asked. Thank you, sir. Councilmember Ford?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I think you summed it up really well, and I'm glad that you went where you went with it because it truly is a partnership, and there's a lot of opportunity for our residents and for the city to benefit from the property. I also know that unfortunately, there's a time issue for the water district, and having this tied down so that they can go after and try to get these federal grants to be able to improve the water quality for the residents of Commerce City, which puts us in a bad position because of timing. But after listening to everything tonight, I think it's really important that everybody know that back in '07, when the deal was struck, the deed restrictions were on this property from the beginning, and the original development contemplated absolutely zero residential. And in almost 20 years, not one thing has happened on the property. And it wasn't because of residential opportunities. It was just lack of desire to develop at the time, land banking, whatever. I mean, Kroenke has his reasons why something hasn't happened up to this point. But the players in here, I know, listening to the conversation, we have to have a partnership. Because those youth fields, if we were to give them up in this type of a deal, there's going to need to be these practice fields. They're contemplating doing that on city property. I would hate to be on the other end of the table and contemplating a deal where we came back and wanted similar askings for use of some of the land to the north of this building for youth fields. There's at some point in time, Abel Moreno is going to be the ones with the reins in his hands because of water. And how are you going to get your water? I mean, it is all tit for tat coming through this process. And we all need each other. Kroenke needs us, we need Kroenke, South Adams needs us, and we need South Adams. And we all have to learn how to work well together and make it the least impactful from a financial perspective on our residents that we can, because Kroenke's customers are our residents, are South Adams customers. And it's this community that supports the development of Cronky and the stadium and the activities. It's South Adams that provides the water, and it's the city that helps the process to get it developed. We all have to be working together. I just don't think that this was the right format to have, hey, we haven't talked to each other for a long, long time. Let's get together, and oh, by the way, here's the deal. And that's kind of how it came across, and I really think that it's important that Cronky sits down with our staff, works on a plan. I mean, try to get some dates on when we can expect and be able to provide our residents with some expectation of what's going to happen. But the last person in the room that I think anybody would want to ruffle the feathers on is Mr. Moreno, because he's going to own everybody. And at some time, you know, you can't do anything without having water. And you can't do anything without having proper planning and zoning and permitting. And it's the city, even back in 2014, when I recommended that we go back to the EPA and try to lift the restrictions to allow residential. But that wasn't an option when the agreement was struck, and I still have a lot of the documents. I still have a branding iron from the Prairie Gateway when it all took place and what we were going to see. And I learned a lot of lessons since then. I think our residents deserve to know what's going to happen and when they can expect it to happen. I think Abel Moreno deserves to have the treatment facility necessary to provide quality water, not just for our residents, but for whatever may need to happen on this development. And I think the city needs to work with Cronky to try to get those restrictions lifted so that they could have the residential. But I don't think using the residential component as a reason why nothing's been developed is a good reason. The development plan never ever contemplated residential because it was not an allowed use. I think we have more options now, and I'm willing to work with our partners to fulfill the best options for all parties involved. But we have to start working together. And I know Mr. Moreno's sitting back there, and I don't know how he can sit there and go, you know what, it's a timing thing for me because I could use eminent domain and show the benefit to our residents and take the property needed to build the treatment plant and would probably have support from the city. But we want to be fair to Cronky too, and we want to work with you. And it's about how do we get to that point where we can, especially me, I can forgive some of that last 20 years of lack of anything happening because something's going to happen. And I'm here to help Cronky get that done because our residents deserve it. But Mr. Moreno's in a time crunch and he needs to have a piece of property identified. And I want to get to a point where we can help him too, because helping him helps our residents and helps future development opportunities for the city. So we're all players. If one player steps out, you know, and I get it, Mayor, you're right. Cronky could close the stadium and walk away if that's what they chose to do. But you know what I learned over the many, many years is there's always someone else that'll come along and do it too. And I prefer it to be Cronky. I prefer Cronky to follow through with 20-some years of partnership with the city. But to do it, we have to make sure the water district's whole and these residents have good quality water and that our residents deserve what they were promised 20 years ago. So I'm with you, Mayor. Have our staff sit down and work with all parties involved and try to come up with a solution that benefits our residents, because that's who we're here for. Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. And I just didn't want anybody to leave here thinking that I didn't want to work with Cronky at all. That wasn't it. It was the way this came about. And I really suggest that we bring this to a study session. We really weigh this out. We see how it benefits everyone. I'm a mama bear when it comes to the people of our city. I just am. And I want to make sure that they get what they deserve. Other people take things for granted that they get every day. That's not what our community is used to. So one of the things that I would really suggest is to get involved with the community and come through with what was promised as far as helping with youth activities and really showing your presence in the community. The Adams 14 School District is having a World Cup soccer event, but guess where they're doing it? In Aurora, you know? So I think we could all do better, and that's all I'm asking, okay? So thank you, and thank you for coming forward with the presentation and showing interest in our city, that you would like to see it become the city that we all know it can be and what it deserves to be. Thank you.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you. I need to ask then, the study session is a good idea, but also simply bifurcate this. The issues regarding the land that KSC has and what they would like to do with it should be completely separate from the project site north and the South Adams County Water and Sanitation District property. We need to take care of that as a city. Our residents have been asking about water for months and months and months, if not years, and we need to do something about that. To tie it in with a $50 million land swap is nonsensical to me. And if you're going to present us anything, then it needs to be this one and then another one, which would only be those two parcels, and then the 77 acres or 80-some acres as a separate issue, rather than combining the three of them. Doing what Mr. Moreno said earlier makes perfect sense to me, and I think that that doesn't mean that we're not working with the Kroenke team in terms of moving forward on development in that area, but don't hold the water hostage to this agreement. You're putting our residents at risk. You're putting the ratepayers at risk. This is a terrible idea. Please separate them, and then we can move forward. Thank you.
Mr. Rogers, is the city currently in position to pay $7 million for a parcel of land?
At first blush, that puts us in a tepid position, obviously, just with all of our other, I'll call it identified needs, to be able to support for our own continued operations and in support of growth citywide. I think the other conversation we haven't had an opportunity to engage with Kroenke, and obviously one that would have to occur outside of this realm, is are they a willing seller as well of that property, and what is the, I have to say, what is the highest and best use, and what's the appraised value? And obviously in the state of Colorado, that's a very complex analysis. So it could be 7, it could be less, it could be more. And that requires time in order to do that. And whether or not that time aligns with the needs of the water district also then come into effect. So that time, money, value perspective becomes just another layer of complexity on obviously trying to figure out that cost.
Thank you for that brief answer. Ms. Carsons. Oh, actually, Ms. Wilson. Ms. Wilson? Hi. You sent out a report last week for financials through the month of March.
Yes, I did.
And I think revenue was significantly lower than what we anticipated being at for the first quarter.
That does include transfers to the capital expenditures fund for the first quarter, breaking that up. So it does look that way for the first quarter. When I did compare first quarter sales and use tax revenues for this year compared to the last 5 years, we're right on track with where we were this time last year.
That's surprising since we have another Dutch Brothers open.
It's within 300,000 if you compare first quarter sales and use tax this year to last year.
That's about Dutch Brothers. So. All right, thank you, ma'am. Any other questions, comments? Staff, did you need anything else?
At this point in time, I don't believe so, sir. I think we received some feedback. I think just for clarity purposes in our continued or renewed discussions with KSC, as I understand it, there's a general consensus of trying to find a fair and balanced and mutual gains approach that looks at the compensating public benefit to our community while also trying to help Cronky fulfill its obligations while also supporting the water district.
Thanks, sir. All right, let's take a 7-minute recess. Next on the agenda is a presentation on the Empowerment Apartments at Greyhound Park. I'll have City Manager Rogers introduce Julie Keel, Executive Director of Empowerment.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to take a brief moment to introduce a Miss Julie Keel. She is the Executive Director of the Empowerment Apartments that is currently under construction at the Mile High Greyhound Park development. There were questions raised by our community and obviously as council as well, wanting to get a better understanding of the type of housing that is being provided at that location. And we thought it was prudent to invite Ms. Keel to have a direct conversation with our council and being able to also respond to those questions and concerns. And with that being said, if I can have Ms. Keel come up to the podium, she will be able to outline.
Thank you so much for having me. Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm Julie Keel. I'm the Executive Director of the Empowerment Program. I have been in this position for 5 years now, but my history with Empowerment goes way back to 2001. I worked as a care manager at Empowerment and then a program manager for the Women's Health Project until 2006, when I left to practice as a public defender for a bunch of years, but I stayed connected with Empowerment, was on the board of directors, and like I said, came back in 2018. Our mission at Empowerment is to holistically help individuals build healthier lives from the inside out. We do that by empowering individuals to make healthy and safe decisions through trauma, gender, and culturally responsive public health services. We work right alongside participants and residents on their journey to living a healthier life. Through our programming, we remove barriers to health, housing, education, and employment so our participants can take the steps they need to achieve their goals. The first step to building a healthier life is to have a safe, stable place to live. Without that, it is impossible as a human being to meaningfully engage in the treatment and other supportive services we offer. Therefore, one of Empowerment's primary goals for many years now has been to help people obtain and maintain stable, safe housing. We've done this successfully for over 25 years now. Empowerment opened their doors in 1985 and started providing low-income housing shortly thereafter. And we have 6 properties now. We've been providing individualized intensive care management and long-term supportive services to residents at these properties. As we all know, the need for additional low-income housing in Colorado is critical, and Empowerment Apartments at Greyhound Park will help meet that need. This is not a community corrections facility, but rather permanent supportive housing, 50 units of permanent supportive housing. There will be, they're almost all one bedroom. There are 13 two-bedrooms, so we anticipate some children living on the property. As far as referrals to the property, half of the units will be filled by referrals from the Metro Denver Housing Initiative, One Home. They call it a VI-SPDAT. It's essentially a survey that is done with unhoused individuals to determine the level of need for housing. The other half of the units will be low-income individuals and families with a history of homelessness and a disabling condition, and we are looking to prioritize individuals with ties to Commerce City. I've already been in contact with Sarah Nachtman, I think her name is, to ensure that those individuals who are experiencing homelessness in Commerce City and are high utilizers of services in Commerce City are a priority for this project. We will provide a variety of supportive services right on site. The building will be staffed 24/7 by peer support specialists. We will have a lot of security measures, including cameras, and like I said, that 24/7 staff presence. All visitors will be required to check in. And the services we'll provide on site, really anything and everything residents need to maintain their housing and be safe members of the community here in Commerce City. And so that'll include mental health, trauma, substance use disorder services, family reunification, and a lot of community building events. We actually have a big landscaping project planned for this Saturday. We will have gardens. We will be doing lots of barbecuing. We're very mindful of the fact that the Boys and Girls Club is right next door. We're very excited about a partnership with the Boys and Girls Club, as well as a lot of other partners in the community, Salud, Stride, Community Reach Center. So yes, we're just really excited to continue providing the services we've been providing so long here in Commerce City. And I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. Does anybody on council have any questions? Councilmember Noble.
Thank you so much. I think that this project took all of us by surprise because we didn't understand what it was, for one thing. But more importantly, I had been asking for several months about opportunities for our residents who are in low-income housing to be able to move up to a new building themselves. You know, that they are living in buildings that are 30, 40, 50 years old. And so why wouldn't they be able to use their vouchers at a new building? And I was told they could. So this comes as a real disappointment, to be honest.
But they could?
Our residents.
Oh, they can.
They can.
Yes, they can. Oh, yeah, we can transfer from where we're already talking about doing that with other individuals. So I've been looking into that. So the half of the units that are MDHI one home, so if they're in one of those types of units, yes, we can do a transfer over to this project.
Okay, then could you address the fact that these folks have also been incarcerated or involved in the criminal justice system? What convictions are you allowing or disallowing?
Well, we will be practicing fair housing. And so first and foremost, we don't have any residents lined up yet. We don't even have any applications at the moment. So as far as individual residents' criminal history, I couldn't speak to that. I'm sure just like other apartment buildings, there will be individuals, certainly, and especially when you're targeting individuals who have experienced homelessness and some of the other barriers they've experienced, they certainly could have a criminal record. But I can't speak to any specifics as any more than that.
Did you happen to listen to our April 17th meeting?
I did listen to that.
Yeah, and so you would have heard the folks from Core Civic.
That's right.
And also the police department.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. And tell me how you're working with the police department on this.
We work with the police department and the STAR program throughout all of our properties, including the services that we offer at 1600 York Street. Sometimes people are in an escalated state. In addition to all of the training that we have in working with the population we have very close partnerships with law enforcement.
The police department was very specific about the types of crimes that were disallowed in the housing. And more specifically, the building itself was in a light industrial area as opposed to next door to the Boys and Girls Club. So I don't see what assurances, and please know, I'm coming from a very supportive place. I have a brother who was homeless, and part of what I know about his experience, and he was incarcerated, by the way, so I know about his experience, and I also know about his warnings about difficulties that occur with people in that population. So it's not necessarily secure for its location. I'm happy to have a facility for everyone you have described anywhere else in Commerce City. I am not thrilled to have it on this property that is urban renewal, that has $500,000 and up homes, that's next door to a Boys and Girls Club, and is potentially going to have some pretty exciting commercial around it. I don't understand how anyone thought this combination made sense. Who was it who negotiated the deal with Empowerment to come to the property?
We're in partnership with Del West. And just to make something clear, this is not a community corrections program. So when you mention Civicor, that's community corrections. This is not a community corrections. This is permanent supportive housing. This is 50 units. This is a 50-unit apartment building.
Okay, I appreciate that. But
Yeah,
I'm
very
reading. I'm reading the description of the facility, and that's why it's coming to mind, is that if it said it was for homelessness or homeless families, then I would say, oh, okay, that makes sense, but it doesn't. It says due to incarceration, and then it goes on to say and/or involvement in the criminal justice system. So it's just the location is what is concerning me when this is one of our premier urban renewal sites and you're next door to Boys and Girls Club. Do you have anyone from Boys and Girls Club here with you tonight that is on board with this plan?
We have talked to people from Boys and Girls Club who are on board with this plan. I do not have anyone here from Boys and Girls Club tonight, no.
Okay. Or any endorsement letters from them or anything?
We have endorsement letters from a lot of partners. I don't have those letters with me here tonight.
From Boys and Girls Club?
I believe we have a.
Do you want me to
Sure,
say something?
sure.
I'm Amy. I work with Del West, and I'm the Director of Programs and Partnerships. Thanks for having us. We're happy to be here. We have a strong partnership that we're rolling out at 3 of our properties in the Denver metro area with Boys and Girls Club. So specifically, the Landing, which is the neighboring building to Empowerment, and it does have 223 affordable units. So a lot of Commerce City residents who have been at other affordable properties are moving into the Landing. And then they will also have the opportunity to move into Empowerment. That being said, we are working directly with Stephen, the director at Suncor, Boys and Girls Club, and they will be, they're recruiting our families, and so all of our kids from the whole development will have basically like priority to the club. So there's a very strong partnership, not just with Suncor, but also Vickers and a couple other.
What's the percentage AMI for the Landing apartments?
It's varied, so it depends. Some are 30 all the way up to 80. So some 60.
Okay, but it does go as low as 60 and 30 then?
Yes. Yep, and then that's the Landing. So
Okay.
different
I
from
appreciate
Empowerment.
that you're working on this project, and I think to do a really full presentation tonight, it would have been helpful to have the endorsements of things like the Boys and Girls Club here with you to say what a wonderful idea it is, because this has alarmed residents in the area because of the issue regarding incarceration and being involved in the criminal justice system. So I do think it just needs to be reassurance. Whatever reassurance you can have for the community is really what is most important here.
And I can reassure you that at all of our Del West properties, we focus on family and number one, safety. And we, there are not sex offenders, not allowed in our apartment buildings. So that is, and I mean, there will be children there are children in all of our apartments. And yeah, safety is number one. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Okay. If you need.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to ask how you encountered this opportunity to bring your nonprofit into Commerce City, but it is a partnership with Del West, but I guess this would be for the representative from Del West. Who in the city was aware of the fact that this was going to be built there? I mean, didn't you have to have some kind of special permit or?
This has been many years in the making, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, ma'am. So to that point, this is obviously a part of the master plan development in which identified the Landings Project D2 and this Project D3 for affordable housing. It was discussed as this project was making its way through the urban renewal process with master development agreements, that the potential makeup of who the property owners were going to be was identified. This property was always identified for permanent supportive housing, or a more commonly used term of bridge housing for those that were experiencing homelessness, and or those at risk of homelessness and other various clientele. Housing allowed on D3, and how we look at it from a zoning perspective is it single-family detached, attached, townhome, or multifamily? And D3 allows multifamily housing. We do not define the type of multifamily housing. So under the identified use of the type of construction, vertical stacked, it met that test under the PUD amendment. The programming and such of the partnership between Del West and Empowerment is such that that is between those two as entities of how they were going to run that facility.
I'm just very concerned about how knowledge of this came about, and that was because someone had the wherewithal to read between the lines in the Chamber's publication that was put out to see what was actually happening here, and that's why it's coming before us. And just because you can doesn't mean that you should, okay? And that's one of these cases. And I understand what you're providing is good for the people who need this. However, I don't feel there's been a lot of thought put into the possible ramifications and the kind of feedback that you may be getting from the community. This has to be a profitable situation, or you wouldn't be doing it. I'm sure of that. I have a lot of questions from somebody in the community who went before council earlier. There are just a lot of concerns here, especially being put next to the Boys and Girls Club. It just seems like there's a better place for this. Can you tell me where your other 3 properties are that you are putting these facilities on?
Our other affordable properties?
Yeah, you said there are 3 others?
Yeah, so we have Baker School Apartments, also in Adams County. And Boys and Girls Club are actually going to create a club on site for that one. We have about 187 children living in that particular multifamily apartment building. And that one specifically is in a food desert and a childcare desert. So we're really excited to be able to really support the whole family. And we also have another affordable at 40th and Colorado Boulevard, so Park Hill Station. And that one has a club nearby, kind of like Suncor, but not within walking distance. So that one is partnering with a club called Vickers, and we are supporting bus service. So all of our kids will be able to bus to the local club. And then we have another development going in at 38th and Holly. Those 2 are in Denver County. So they will also partner with
And do they
Vickers.
service the same type of residents with incarceration as a background and people who are
We work
trying
with
to fix their
hundreds of
lives?
people. We work with hundreds of people, and the one qualification to live in our apartment buildings is the amount of money you make. And I think that people who may make less money come from all different kinds of backgrounds. And that's what we find in our communities.
So will you be providing social services for them as far as?
Yep, that's part of our, do you want to talk about that?
Yes, we
But-
will.
Yeah.
We will be providing all sorts of supportive services right on site.
So that's what's, because I'm going to take this off the question sheet. According to the plans for this building, there seems to be a lot of square footage for offices. Will any of your staff have office space in the building? Who and will they be full-time staff or?
We will have staff on site 24/7. There will be peer support specialists, care managers, an employment specialist will spend some time there. We'll have some therapy right on site. We will also share those office spaces with community partners that will come and provide some services right on site as well.
Okay, and where do you get your funding from?
The Empowerment Program, we're a 501c3 nonprofit. We get all of our funding primarily from state and federal grants.
Okay, and that's on top of the voucher system, so
That's right.
vouchers
That's right, there will be vouchers, yep.
pay for a certain percentage of the rent and.
That's correct.
And will this be according to what these people make? Is that how their rent will be set?
That's correct, 30% of their income.
Okay, and are they like on a month to month? Because
far as-
most Section 8 housing is on month to month, and so those people never know when they may be evicted.
This will be a yearly lease.
A yearly lease?
Yep.
And how much a year can the rents increase?
Fair market rents.
So it's
There's-
market rents?
No, it's not market. They're set by the annual median income, which is updated every year.
Yes, I'm familiar with
And so, for example, the Landing, which is the neighboring building that has the 223 affordable units, if you're in a 30% unit, then it's 30% of annual median income, and that rent cap is set every year for us, so, for Del West Management. So it really depends on the AMI.
And are you benefiting from the tax increments that go along with the URA?
Sorry?
Are you benefiting from the tax increments that go along with the tax credits that go along with the URA?
I think it was, yeah, it was an incentive, definitely an incentive for Del West to develop Mile High Greyhound Park.
Okay, I've got more questions off this sheet.
Sure.
Are
I'll
these
answer
wo-
as best I can. I'm not the best person about the tax credits and
Are
development.
these women either regularly or randomly tested for drugs or alcohol use?
As part of living in empowerment apartments, no. If someone is on probation or parole, they may have other outside requirements, but not as part of. a
Not as part
resident.
of living in the, does your organization receive payment or reimbursement from the Colorado Department of Corrections or any other state agency for the services they provide?
Not from the Colorado Department of Corrections. We do, as I stated before, receive money from from both local and federal government.
Okay, are these, and it's just for women, correct?
It is not just for women. It is for all individuals.
That's a fair housing thing too. We really can't discriminate that way.
But your organization serves women.
Historically, the empowerment program did start to provide gender-responsive services to individuals who identified as women. We have expanded our services to include a variety of grants, many of which provide services to all individuals regardless of gender.
Okay, and are these women required to work full-time or part-time? And who verifies the fact that they're working?
We don't have requirements about individuals working, and that is a completely case-by-case basis. Some individuals may not be physically able or mentally able to work. Some individuals may be receiving benefits rather than being employed, all of which we help with. We help individuals secure benefits if they're unable to work. We help individuals secure and maintain employment if they are able to work.
Okay. And then you said that you were working in conjunction with Adams County as well? Was that?
Yes, we really have a strong desire to prioritize individuals with a history of homelessness in Commerce City.
Uh-huh.
And so I have connected with Sarah Nachtman, I think her last name is, to ensure she has, working with several individuals in Commerce City, it sounds like quite a few, who are experiencing homelessness currently. It sounds like could greatly benefit from a program like this, and she is the first person I will be sending the applications to when they're ready.
Okay, so the county was well aware of that you picked Commerce City as a site to be in,
Yes,
Oh, yeah. And
but you're a Denver nonprofit.
yes, we do provide services to all Denver Metro residents. So it's certainly, a lot of, we're located at 1600 York Street in Denver, but a lot of individuals we work with, Adams County, Jefferson County, all Denver Metro.
Are you providing any transportation to your?
We do provide transportation. Not only do we provide bus tickets and bus passes,
No, I
but we
mean-
also provide,
Do you provide the transportation?
I gave
Give somebody a bus
a
passes.
participant a ride to court this morning, so yes, we do. We provide transportation.
Okay, yeah, because our public transportation here is
It can be difficult.
not good. Okay, well, I'm very, I hate to say it, but I'm disappointed that the city was aware of this and we weren't. But
there are, I believe it's the Commerce City Housing Authority is officed out of the Landing.
yes, it is.
Which is right next door. And then, just for clarification, so we do not have a TIF. Maybe you were asking about the tax.
Okay, are you a LIHTC property?
The Landing is, I'm sure you are. Yeah, because it's all affordable.
Yeah. Okay.
So you receive LIHTC money? And then it has to go through the housing authority?
Yep.
and-
Yep.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for coming forward. And feels like another case of the horse getting out of the barn. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else on council have any questions regarding this presentation? Mr. Rogers, did the city council approve the construction of this building?
Say that one more time, sir.
Did the city council approve construction or use of this building?
They did not, sir.
Thank you. Did the city themselves approve construction or use of the building?
No, sir.
Thank you. Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Going to move on to our consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. These items are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item off the consent agenda for further discussion and a separate vote. This time, is there anybody on council that wishes to remove an item off the consent agenda? Councilmember Noble.
Hi, I'm pulling two items, 2023-009 and 2023-048.
Anybody else on council wish to pull an item off the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
Have a motion second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Will the clerk please read the titles and take a roll call vote?
Minutes of the February 13th, 2023 special meeting, minutes of the April 3rd, 2023 regular meeting, minutes of the April 17th, 2023 regular meeting, minutes of the April 24th, 2023 special meeting, Ordinance 2503, second and final reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 8 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code regarding the authority of the Liquor Authority to create and amend its rules of procedures for meetings. Your vote is open. And Councilmember Chacon? We can now. How do you vote, Councilmember Chacon?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Motion carries unanimously, 7-0 to excused absences. All right, Councilmember Noble, you asked to pull 2023-009. The floor is yours.
Yes, the reason I wanted to do this is because I wanted to draw attention to it. This approves an intergovernmental agreement with Adams County Health Department for oversight services at Republic Services Towers landfill. And I do want people to understand that there are issues at landfills, windblown refuse, dust control, bird control, hazardous air pollutants, and other concerns. The Health Department for Adams County will conduct 4 full scope site visits and 8 limited scope site visits per year. So this is really beneficial for the residents in that area that we will be, that we are working out an agreement with Adams County to be monitoring this. The facility has not been monitored like this previously, and landfills can be hazardous at times. So it's important that this step is being taken, and I just wanted to draw attention to it. I do support it and am happy to make a motion to support the resolution. Do you want to hear the second one first?
Nope. I'm looking for a motion to approve 2023-009.
I made that motion.
Looking for a second. Councilmember Douglas.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2023-009. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Douglas? All right. The Republic Services landfill has always had oversight from the Health Department. That oversight existed from Tri-County Health Department. This is not an entirely new thing, given the fact that Tri-County Health Department no longer exists and Adams County has their own health department. We had to enter in an IGA similar to the one that existed with Tri-County Health in the past. All those in favor? Any opposed? Actually, timeout. Mr. Gibson, please read the.
That's all right. We don't have to revote, Mayor. I just need to read it. Resolution 2023-009, a resolution approving intergovernmental agreement with Adams County Health Department for oversight services at Republic Services Tower landfill.
All right, motion carried 7-0 to excused absences. Next up is Resolution 2023-0048. Councilmember Noble.
Inspectors. On this motion, I'm pulling this on principle because it is a contract for $644,658. $644,658.90. We do have a rule regarding what the city manager is allowed to go into contract on. Everything else is to come before us. And if we don't even acknowledge that this contract is in 6 figures, we'll find ourselves in the same position that we did when the comp plan was approved at $750,000, and it too was on the consent agenda and turned out not to be a great contract. So I did want to pull this to see if there was anything that we needed to know about why this is a $650,000 contract.
And just for note, Mayor, IT Director Justin Bingham is on the line to answer any questions if council wants those directed towards staff.
He could answer that if he'd like.
Yep. Justin, you should be able to unmute yourself and address the council.
Can you hear me okay, Dylan?
Yes, we can, Justin.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council, and I appreciate the question, Councilmember Noble. What this contract is, it's a pretty routine part of IT infrastructure refresh. So our current server infrastructure, which is pretty critical to running, various city IT services, our financial system, GIS system, various police applications, is end of life. So what this contract is for is to completely refresh that hardware and upgrade that so that it's fully supported, and we can keep those IT services running. So that's what that dollar amount encompasses. So I'd be happy to answer any additional questions on that.
Did we let this for bid?
This did not go out to bid, but it is already competitively bid through. That is under I think the state of Colorado's collaborative bid. So it already has been bid, just not by us.
Okay, thank you very much.
Looking for a motion and second to approve Resolution 2023-0048. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2023-048. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title?
Resolution 2023-048, a resolution authorizing award of contract for server storage and backup upgrade services for advanced network management.
I have a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2023-048. The title has been read. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 7-0, 2 excused absences. We're now going to move on to the fun part of the evening, public hearings. Our first public hearing is going to be on the annexation of property and zoning at 81st and Tower for Quick Trip. I'll remind council of the following: only ask questions and gather facts, but do not express opinions or indicate how you will vote. You are not permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. You should rely only on the facts developed in this hearing and in the record and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. This time I will invite our interim city attorney to address the city council.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I'd like to ask the following. Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? And I would note that this is a consolidated public hearing, I believe, for all three items relating to the annexation. So I'm going to have my statement apply to all three. And will the record reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. This time I will open the public hearing and I'll invite Dalton Guerrero, city planner, to present.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Good evening. My name is Dalton Guerra, City Planner with the Commerce City Planning Division. As mentioned, there will be three items in front of you tonight. First being the resolution for the Quick Trip annexation, resolution of eligibility. This resolution is in your packet. You can see all the details there. The resolution does outline findings of fact of the eligibility of the property to be annexed. There are a couple of examples here. These are not inclusive. As I mentioned, the packet does have the full resolution there. These are just, for example, not less than 1/6 of the perimeter of the area to be annexed is contiguous to the existing city boundaries. The area to be annexed is capable of being integrated with the city, and the proposed annexation will not extend the city boundary more than 3 miles in any direction. The next two items are the annexation itself and then the zoning of the land to be annexed. Location of this is the southwest corner of East 81st Avenue and Tower Road. Again, the approval of the annexation and the PUD zone document for a Quick Trip to go from ADCO A3 zoning, Adams County A3 zoning to Commerce City PUD. The future land use plan is commercial. Here's a quick look at the aerial. You'll notice the outlined property in teal is the subject property. The yellow dotted line would be the new city boundary if this property were annexed. Another look at the future land use plan being commercial. The site is currently vacant. There is a corresponding PUD development permit, subdivision plat, and GID inclusion, as well as design standards being processed concurrently with these requests. The property will be subdivided into 2 lots and 2 tracts. The proposed Quick Trip gas station will be on the hard southwest corner of East 81st Avenue and Tower Road, and there are 3 planning areas proposed as part of the PUD zoning. Planning Area A will be occupied by the Quick Trip gas station. Planning Area B will be for future commercial development, unspecified at the moment, and Planning Area C is strictly for open space. And this is a good way to look at that in a color-coded and map. So Planning Area A, again in red, would be the Quick Trip site. Planning Area B in blue is for future commercial development, and the green area to the west, Planning Area C, would be for open space. A quick look at some commercial uses in the land use table from the PUD zone document itself. Again, Planning Area A will be for Quick Trip, so that will be a fuel station, a gas station, convenience store. The biggest difference here between Planning Area A and Planning Area B is that Planning Area B does not allow gas stations or fuel centers, nor does it allow car washes or other vehicular uses. Planning Area C, there's no commercial development allowed because it is strictly for open space. These are some of the bulk standards from the PUD zone document. The thing to note here is that the convenience stores and fuel sales, that chart on the right of your screen, does have specific standards, such as the 25-foot landscape buffer from Tower Road. Provided a couple items here that are strictly conceptual and for reference only. They're proposed, they have not been approved. So this is just a quick look at the site plan proposed for the Quick Trip and some elevations, and the applicant can go into more detail on this. Again, this is just for reference. As of today, no public comment has been received by staff. It's been found that the application does meet the approval criteria for annexation in section 21-3340. Again, it meets the annexation zoning criteria for zoning of newly annexed land, as the comprehensive plan identifies for this property to be commercial, and the land uses in the PUD permit, the PUD zone document are for commercial purposes. The Planning Commission found that this application does meet the approval criteria for the PUD zone document, and the DRT recommends that the City Council votes to approve the annexation request itself in accordance with the resolution for this property. In conclusion, the Planning Commission met on March 7th, 2023, and voted 4-1, recommending that the City Council vote to approve the zoning request for this property. And at this time, I will invite the applicant to come up and present.
Before we get to that, how about, does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you, Mayor. So you mentioned that Planning B doesn't allow gas stations or car wash. Why would that be? Because it's all supposed to be commercial, correct?
Correct. The idea there is to limit the amount of vehicular-based uses on a property that's adjacent to the fuel sales.
So the city decided that the parcel B would not allow those things?
Correct.
But parcel A would?
Parcel A would, but it's already planned for a Quick Trip development.
Yeah. That's very apparent. So, do you have any idea what is planned for the parcel B?
Me personally, no, I do not, but the applicant may be able to allude to that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Noble?
Could you go back a couple of slides, please? One more. More. You had one that showed, unfortunately, this slide presentation was not in our packet, or I would be able to find this easily. I'm looking for the one that showed where the parking would be, where ingress and egress is to the parcel.
So the site plan, this one?
Yeah,
here?
there you are, you are. And where is Tower?
Tower Road is at the bottom of the screen.
Okay.
So north would be to the right of the screen. And East 81st Avenue is running top to bottom on the right side of the screen.
Is there a car wash?
Excuse me?
A car wash on this side?
There's no car wash on the site. This is the proposed Quick Trip.
Okay. They might do car washes also. You never know. Do they have water?
They are being included in the GID. That process is ongoing, but it has not been included yet.
An existing GID or a new GID?
In the NIGID.
Okay, and is there a,
Or excuse me,
going
sorry, the ECA GID. My apologies. It's the ECA GID, not the NIGID.
is there a turn in from, oh, well, I'll get to, I don't know which point I can ask about the traffic report and so forth. At what point do I ask that question?
We do have Public Works staff here to answer any questions regarding the traffic report. However,
I'm just asking about timing from Ms. Geiger. Do I ask now, or do I wait until some other process?
Well, that's up to you. But I just would caution all of council to ensure the questions are directed to the specific criteria involved. And so if you're asking about the PUD zone criteria, just connect the question to that section, which is the 213251 of the LDC. And then if you're asking about something related to the annexation criteria, just try and clarify that. But otherwise, it's up to you.
Okay.
And if I may, ma'am, just you had raised about not having the PowerPoint presentation in the packet. It is the last very attachment in the zoning item. You'll find the PowerPoint.
I know, I'm looking at it, and it doesn't.
Not to correct you, City Manager Rogers, but the presentation in our packet is very robust with multiple slides. What was presented is actually a pared-down version. I think that has led to the confusion as to why certain council members feel they don't have the presentation that is in front of them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That is correct. Okay, so. The traffic report is attached to the annexation, or is attached to the zoning?
it actually gets processed with the development plan, the PUD permit.
Okay. There is a traffic report that is in the packet that was given to us. Is the traffic report in reference to the annexation, or is it in reference to the zoning map? I'm trying to figure out in which category I can ask questions about the traffic.
Understood. And typically, the traffic report is processed with the development plan, which is after the annexation and/or zone document is approved.
We have a traffic report in our packet.
I would say the traffic report is most appropriately associated with the zoning, right? Because that's where we're setting the allowable uses, and that would dictate the number of trips and things like that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Of course.
Then at this point, I don't have questions about the annexation, but I will have questions about the zoning.
Would you like to ask your questions about the zoning, since it's all being done in one public hearing?
Okay. It is confusing to me, I'm sorry. In reading the traffic report and in looking at this drawing, I see ingress and egress on Tower Road. Are there any northbound left turns into the property, northbound on Tower Road? Can you make a left turn into this property? Anywhere other than 81st?
Does appear, if you look at the lower left-hand corner of that, there is a median cut that takes place right there, and that would allow access.
Thank you very much. I'd like to hear from someone who is part of the team.
I think, Councilman Noble, it's a good question. I'm going to defer to the applicant actually to answer that question, and/or our Public Works staff, if they're here to answer that question.
Yes, you will be able to turn into the site off of Tower Road going northbound. There's a left turn bay that's currently there.
And how far is that from Pena? How many feet is that from Pena?
I'd have to look on the map real quick. It's on the lower left part of the screen is where the median opening is.
The traffic report makes reference to length of the queue.
Correct.
And the queue is quite long. There are already problems, so how do we resolve the queue? Is it possible to not allow left turns going northbound, other than at 81st?
I think that if you eliminate that left turning movement, you will put more pressure on the 81st intersection and reduce that level of service.
That's probably true, but if we are allowing people to just stop in traffic and make a left turn, wouldn't that cause more problems?
It could. We would have to look when we get into the engineering documents to see if there's a way we could allow or have additional queue length in the left turning bay at that time, at the time of the construction plans.
Okay, I am familiar with the Q trip on Highway 119. What's the ingress and egress on the quick trip on Highway 119? Maybe someone from Quick Trip can answer that.
Yeah, I don't have the answer to that.
Good evening, Kristen Sullivan with Foster Graham. We're here to represent the applicant. And Jessica Glavis with Quick Trip is here. Just as a point of clarification, Highway 119 in what city?
Firestone.
Okay, in Firestone. Jessica, can you attempt to answer that? Thanks.
Good evening, Jessica Glavis with Quick Trip. I apologize, that was not my project, so I will try to answer out of memory. I believe there is one access point off of Highway 119 with then 2 access points into the site off of that street.
So I see.
I didn't develop it, so I'm just out of memory here.
Someone else is coming to the podium.
Okay, this is one of the engineering team with Galloway. He might be able to answer it.
Hi, Aaron McLean with Galloway. Can you repeat the question, please, so I can make sure I understand it?
I'm looking for I've been to the Highway 119 Quick Trip as part of a tour. So I remember the ingress and egress. I'm asking, what is the ingress and egress at the Quick Trip on 119 in Firestone?
Sure. So that one, they added a 4th leg of the intersection. So they added a traffic signal at that intersection, as well as a right turn lane into the site. So there's one access from 119 into the site. And then as Jessica mentioned, there are 2 internal for the shared drive that does go back to another future commercial development.
I would agree with you there. So this has, though, 3. In essence, there's an ingress and ingress, I see, yes? Is there an ingress and egress? And then on 81st, you can turn on 81st. And we have Tower Road, which is a very, very busy highway right now, isn't it?
Correct, yeah. The full build-out is designed to be 6 lanes.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Hurst.
Councilwoman Noble, I just want to point out, I didn't have this by memory, but I went in and looked at the overhead site. There's already a left turn lane and a median cut at this location that leads to nowhere currently, but it seems to align with the southern point of parcel B where we're seeing this left turn in. So it looks like this has generally been pre-planned where we have that left turn lane so it'll avoid the queue traffic. I don't know if it'll be sufficient enough in length, but it would avoid the queue traffic by having that left turn lane that's already there.
Are you thinking when you're coming off of Pena or coming down Tower Road from Aurora and you hit that point as you're coming down the hill from Pena, there's going to be a left turn right there?
It's already there. So the left,
But is anybody turning left there? No.
It would be turning into the field right now.
Right,
But
exactly.
The left turn lane's already built and pre-cut, and then the median is pre-cut there to allow for a left turn.
Is that unchangeable, are you suggesting, Councilmember Hurst?
What I'm suggesting is, it looks like we've already planned for there to be a left turn lane there during construction of Tower Road when it was built. And so the median was never connected at that point, and it left a left turn lane and open space for this left turn to be built in the future. So I think it was planned ahead of time, essentially.
Do we ever reconsider our decisions?
Oh, I don't know. I'm sure we do.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, would the applicant please come forward and give your presentation?
Good evening, council and council members and mayor. Kristen Sullivan with Foster Graham. I'd like to just briefly introduce our team members. And then we have some slides and I'd be happy to address some of the questions that have come up. So as I mentioned, this is Jessica Glavis with Quick Trip. Erin McLean with Galloway, and David Foster, my colleague from Foster Graham, is also with us. Jessica's colleague, Mike Talcott, who worked on this project, was unable to be here tonight due to a family emergency, but he appreciates all of the collaboration with the staff and the city throughout the review process. So as you will hear tonight, we have been through a very rigorous review process through your city's development review process. Some of the duration was due to us all finding our way through COVID and how to work remotely. We submitted this application shortly before the beginning of COVID. Also, I think another part of it was to make sure that we were being responsive to city staff comments and the city's vision for what this portion of Tower Road should be. We want to make sure that we help you develop and deliver the commercial services that your city residents so desire, and also to ensure that we help meet the high standards for design and the vision for the entry to the city that is articulated in your comprehensive plan and some of your other plan documents. So we worked very closely with the city staff to create a PUD that does all of those things. And so you'll hear a little bit about that in our presentation. I think you heard some of it in Dalton's presentation, and then we're happy to elaborate further on it. So with that, I'm going to have Jessica first start by telling you just briefly a little bit about Quick Trip, and then we'll show you some renderings and talk a little bit about the allowed uses in Planning Area A and Planning Area B and the thought that was put into that, as well as address all of your questions about traffic and access. So with that, Jessica, if you wouldn't mind.
Thank you, Kristen. As Kristen said, and I said before, I'm Jessica Glavis with Quick Trip. Thanks for your time this evening. I will try to be brief. It seems some of you are familiar with Quick Trip. So this is a lot of information about Quick Trip history. I will just say that we were founded in Tulsa, Oklahoma in 1958. And then we started our second division in Kansas City 10 years later. 2013, we decided to go into the fresh food business. And then in 2019, we announced our move into the Denver area, opening our first store in Firestone in 2022. Briefly, here you can see some of the states that we are located in. Nearby, we have a store now open at 40th and Central Park. We also just opened our first store in Thornton at 120th and Holly, and one in Parker. So we're looking forward to getting more open in the Colorado area. One of the things that I love most about Quick Trip is our purpose, to provide opportunity for employees to grow and succeed. I actually started at Quick Trip in high school as a 16-year-old. It was my first job as a part-time clerk. And then I stayed after college, and now here I am in the real estate department 20 years later. So I'm basically a testament to the purpose. And then our founder, one of his quotes that we like to say, if you're not taking care of customers, you better be taking care of the people who are. So that's what I do. I try to get new stores open so that our store employees have opportunities to grow and succeed. A few facts about Quick Trip. I'll leave these out so you can read them for a minute, but a few highlights. Our average store manager's salary, $100,000 per year. One of my favorite facts, we contribute 5% of our net profits to charitable organizations in our local communities. And some pictures of some of the things we do. United Way Day of Caring, local parades, anything in our communities. Store security is really important to Quick Trip, both for our customers and our employees. We are continuously working to improve our security. We have multiple alarm points, panic buttons, and are able to notify our security center in Tulsa 24/7. It's monitored 24/7 as well. So these are kind of some examples of our security plans. It looks a little crazy, but the arcs are where the camera is taking views. So these get reviewed by a former military colonel who makes sure that basically every bit of the lot can be seen, and we won't miss anything. As I said, in 2013, we went into the food business, and our goal is to be one of the top places that people go for quick food. So now, hopefully, you're not too hungry because there's a bunch of food pictures. Some pizza, soft pretzels, brisket tacos, sub sandwiches, and, oh, well, maybe, there we go. Donuts, of course. And then we do have other things, roller grill items, a really extensive fountain selection, coffees, and I don't know, it's pretty awesome. Go try a breakfast pizza. It's my favorite. Oh, here's some fun tweets that we saved from some customers. We thought these were pretty cute, so thought we'd share. And with that, I will be here for questions and turn it over to Kristen to talk about this project.
Great. So I just wanted to focus on the PUD zone document for a moment here. So there are 3 different areas. I just wanted to elaborate a little bit further from Dalton's presentation. Planning Area A, as you heard, is where the Quick Trip is planned. Planning Area B is where future commercial development is expected. And so we've worked closely with the staff to identify the uses that the staff feels are representative of the city's vision for the commercial development that would occur at this location. And so the uses in the use chart within the PUD for Planning Area B reflect that vision. Just in general, you heard that fuel sales are restricted and not allowed on Planning Area B. Understandably, I think there's a desire to have a reasonable number of fuel stations, but not just have an entire corridor with them. And so Planning Area B, that restriction in part is there for that purpose. Also, drive-through uses are not allowed on Planning Area B. However, what is allowed, I'm sure, would be helpful to know. So some of the commercial uses that are allowed are all types of restaurants and beverage establishments, banks, office uses, grocery, hotel. Those types of commercial uses are allowed by the PUD. There was extensive efforts with the staff and the applicant to go through the city's identified commercial uses and select those that would be appropriate here and to not allow those that would not be appropriate. And so happy to bring up the use chart, but just wanted to let you know the thought and the care that was put into that. Then I wanted to also talk about Planning Area C. So the annexation agreement requires the dedication of the open space tract and the area where the city has identified a potential future trail connection could occur. So the annexation agreement would require that to be dedicated to the city. So it will be undisturbed, not touched by this development, and will, at the city's request, be dedicated to the city. So that is happening through the plat document and is an annexation requirement. And so there's been a lot of analysis put into the natural features that are in that area and making sure that the development is sensitive to that and that there are appropriate buffers between the developed areas and that area. I also want to address a question you may have, which is why a PUD? In this case, I think the PUD provides certain tools to the city to create more certainty around what may or may not happen here. As I mentioned, some of those restrictions, had this been a straight zoning to a commercial zone district, any parcel that's zoned that would be allowed any of the uses that are permitted in that. Whereas here, as we have heard, the city staff felt that certain uses were appropriate for A and B and certain uses were not. And so there was a lot more customized approach versus a straight zone district. But I think more importantly, the PUD here has been used to create enhanced design standards that represent the city's vision for Tower Road. There are architectural elements, materials, use of signage, landscaping, lighting, those types of design tools are coming through the PUD design guidelines as well as the PUD zone document in order to help the city know that at this prominent and important property that so many people travel by, that you will have a design that meets your expectations. So I will continue on from there. Just to elaborate a little bit further on the review process that's occurred, starting with a PUD concept schematic that went to Planning Commission. There's been a lot of input and a lot of eyes on all of the documents that are before you tonight. So the first submittal of that PUD concept schematic came in February 2020. Of course, due to all the changes we were all going through in 2020, that took a bit of time to get to Planning Commission. But during the Planning Commission, we took in all of that early feedback, which was then incorporated into the formal submittals. There have been a number of formal submittals and reviews through 2020 all the way to here. So much of the scrutiny that has occurred in that relates to traffic, the traffic study, the access design. There's been a lot of review of this traffic study, and at this point, the city has accepted the traffic study as acceptable. Of course, that took a lot of months. In fact, it took several years to get to that point. So just wanted to let you know, we're happy to answer, of course, all of your questions, but there has been a lot of staff review of it as well. In addition, a lot of those design elements have kind of come out through these iterative processes and collaboration with staff. I don't think you had a chance actually in Dalton's presentation to see the elevations. I thought you might already have seen them, but I wanted to highlight some of these enhancements to the building design because Quick Trip has considered all of that input from staff about what's important in terms of design quality and the visual appearance of this project along Tower, and has incorporated that into not only the building, but the landscaping and the rest of the site design. So there's, as you can tell from these elevations, pretty substantial variation along the roof line and some of these features at the ends of the building, as well as a significant amount of glazing and transparency in the building. And then I hope you can see it with the lighting of the presentation, but there's a lot of stacked stone, brick, and other higher quality materials incorporated into the architecture. Even the canopy structures have enhancements that are not always typical at every fuel station, that they have stacked stone wrapping those columns and some changes in the roof line to add some visual interest. This is a conceptual rendering of the site, obviously from above, just to show you how the entire layout comes together, as well as where the focus has been for landscaping, kind of concentrated around that Quick Trip. The planning area B, we don't yet have a use that's been selected. That will be a future development. There will be a PUD permit that comes to the city for review and approval. But one of the reasons why there is a proposal for access into the site with a left turn movement right there, as you were discussing earlier, is to help encourage the economic viability of that parcel. It will open up some additional retail and commercial possibilities to have a little bit more direct access to Tower. And I will say I understand your concerns. We certainly know that there is a lot of growth and traffic on Tower Road. The traffic study analyzed this issue and measures the anticipated level of service not only in 2023, but out to 2040. And that movement and that access to the traffic study determined was at an acceptable level all the way through 2040. And that will be further reviewed when a PUD permit comes in for the southern site. The staff will have the opportunity, there's an access permit review process that looks at the very specific nature of the use. There's been a lot of review to date related to anticipated uses that are allowed in the PUD. And then when a real use comes forward through the PUD permit process, that scrutiny begins yet again. So I wanted to let you know that all 4 of these access points have been studied by the traffic study, and I can point you to the portion of the traffic study where this is referenced, but they've all been studied. There's been a decent amount of back and forth with the staff about the optimal design for these accesses, and this is where that analysis landed. Oops. So just a couple more angles of the site, and I'll go quickly. And you can just see the substantial amounts of landscaping that will be required by the PUD in order to buffer the use, as well as make sure that the frontage along 81st and along Tower is high quality, and the pedestrian improvements are there, and the street trees are there, and the signage is designed in a way that enhances but doesn't detract from the character of the area. Oh, goodness, didn't expect that. So with that, we'll conclude our presentation and make ourselves available for any questions that you might have about any topic.
Thank you, ma'am. Does anybody on council have any questions for the applicant? Councilmember Noble.
Thank you. When I read the traffic study, it says that right now in 2022, without Second Creek Farms, without Settlers Crossing, without any other build out of any housing, that it's at in the 96th percentile in terms of busy. There was a 300-second wait in the queue that went back hundreds of feet. If you would go to a picture that you had, ma'am, it was looking southwest, please. Let's see, one more back. One more.
You want to do it or me?
Go back again.
Okay.
Sorry. There you go. No, keep going, sorry.
Okay.
There we are. There's no left turn lane in this picture.
It would be
Looking
further to the
northwest.
south. So all the green on the left there is the future development of commercial that we call Planning Area B. And the left turn into that is further to the south.
Okay. The drawing that we have shows 2 entrances. One of them is into the driveway for Quick Trip itself, and the other one is for your potential commercial area.
I understand.
So I'm not seeing it in this photo, am I?
So the Quick Trip entrance will be right in, right out only. You cannot turn left into that Tower Road Quick Trip entrance.
It shows it in the drawing, though. Could you put the drawing up again?
So if I may, I got this work before. The Quick Trip entrance is right in the middle of the screen, and I can't
Right.
get that. And that will be right in only.
Okay.
And then the entrance on the south, and this is hard because it's north is to
Gotcha.
the right. That will be a 3/4 movement, so you cannot turn left out, but you can turn left into it.
Okay. And will that accept semis at that turn, or only smaller vehicles?
Aaron, did you do the turning movements for that? Would you like come up? Thank you.
Hi, Aaron McLean with Galloway. None of the movements are restricted at the moment. We did a truck turn analysis with a WB67, which is the large trucks that come through the site, and found that the site circulation functions. And that's primarily why we are shifting the 3/4 access a little bit farther south to help with the queuing that was identified in the traffic impact study. So no, trucks movements can function there.
Okay, that's good to hear. This is actually occurring in my ward, so I drive this all the time, and I notice what happens in this area. So that's reassuring. Thank you.
Do you have any more questions for me? Okay.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Hirschman. How many semis do you expect, and do you have bays specifically for semis?
Hello, Aaron McLean again with Galloway. Quick Trip doesn't have any really firm data on the number of trucks that would visit the site. Roughly, it has been, less than 10% of what their study would envision. Considering that this is a 3-bay fueling aspects of there, it wouldn't allow for a lot of truck traffic in that regard because of the limited number of bays.
Okay, so there's only 3 bays that you're anticipating
Correct.
putting in.
Originally, there was 4 when we were at the concept schematic phase. There was 4 bays proposed, but working with staff and trying to mitigate some of those issues we heard at the council, they dropped it down to 3.
Okay, and you're aware of all the warehouses that are located within a close proximity,
Yes.
and all the trucks coming from those warehouses. So you don't anticipate a lot of business from those
There may be
semis?
some passerby trips there. I think a lot of the warehousing industries out there have their own fueling areas and like, I'm trying to say like a fleet management for that. I think what Quick Trip here is going to be drawn on is the trucks that go up and down Tower and occasionally do need to have, diesel fuel from those trips.
Okay, so that, none of this was taken into your analysis of what possibly could come into your,
In the traffic impact study,
business
it's not really a quantifiable number. The ITE manual, which is used to identify, the trip generation, has numbers specific for like a fuel pump and a diesel truck pumps. So as far as additional surrounding build out, it's not something that's quantifiable.
so this is just to be pretty much a convenience store, similar to the 7-Eleven across the way, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then, can you fill me in on any possibility of what you foresee going into parcel B?
That's tough to say right now. I know Quick Trip has had some interest in that site that they do not want to disclose, but they obviously wanted to get through this process first to establish the zoning and the surplus. There's definitely been some interest in the access and people wanting to locate next to a Quick Trip because of the services they provide, and that this will be a pad-ready site once it's completed.
And are you familiar with the truck traffic that comes off the warehouses and how they turn in onto Tower and the traffic that is possible there? I mean,
Yes, I mean, we are familiar that there is traffic out there and there is a truck component to that because of the industrial uses. But again, I think that's, Quick Trip is a C-store first and foremost and provides a service to vehicle traffic. And they do provide, these 3 bays for some of the truck diesels as well.
but as such, as a convenience store, you anticipate a lot of traffic going in and out.
Correct, yes.
All right, thank you.
Are there any other questions for the applicant? All right, we have any virtual speakers?
No, Mayor, we do not have any virtual speakers, in-person speakers, or written comments on this public hearing tonight.
Well, thank you. In that case, I will close the public hearing. This time I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2023-031. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Councilmember Ford. Have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2023-031. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title?
Resolution 2023-031, a resolution determining the eligibility for annexation to the City of Commerce City, Colorado of the property generally located at the southwest corner of East 81st Avenue and Tower Road in case AN 25823, known as the Quick Trip Annexation.
Have a motion and second to adopt Resolution 2023-031. The title has been read. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Is she and I? Okay, thanks. All right, we're going to move on to Ordinance AN-258-23. Looking for a motion and second introduced by council as seated and approve on first reading. Ordinance AN-258-23. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Councilmember Ford. Have a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading. Ordinance AN-258-23. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance AN 258-23, first reading of an ordinance annexing the property generally located at the southwest corner of East 81st Avenue and Tower Road to the City of Commerce City, Colorado in case AN 258-23, known as a Quick Trip Annexation. Your vote is open. And Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries unanimously, 7-0, 2 excused absences. Next up, we're looking for a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case Z-962-20-23. Councilmember Ford. Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case Z-962-20-23. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 7-0 to 2. And finally, we have a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance Z-962-20-23. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Councilmember Ford. I have a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance Z-962-20-23. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance Z-962-20-23, first reading of an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance and zoning map of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by zoning the property annexed as a Quick Trip annexation from Adams County A3 agricultural to a PUD zone document and approving PUD zone district and approving a PUD zone document. Your vote is open. And Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously, 7-0 with 2 excused absences. Thank you all for being here with this evening. Look forward to my first cup of Rooster Booster whenever you open. Going to move on to ordinances on first reading. First up is ordinance 2498, amending the sales and use tax code regarding remote sellers. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second introduced by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2498. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim? Second. Have a motion and second introduced by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2498. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2498, first reading of an ordinance amending the Commerce City Sales and Use Tax Code, Article 1 of Chapter 20 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code regarding economic nexus and the obligation of remote sellers to collect and remit sales tax. Your vote is open. And Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote? Councilmember Chacon? I will mark her abstain, Mayor.
Motion carries unanimously, 6-0 to 1-0 to 2. Six in favor, 1 abstention, 2 excused absences. Next up, ordinance 2499, amending the sales and use tax code regarding carryout bag fees. Anybody on council have any questions for staff? Seeing none, looking for a motion and a second, introduced by council as seated and approved on first reading, ordinance 2499. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. Second. I have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance, introduced by council as seated and approved on first reading, ordinance 2499. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2499, first reading of an ordinance amending the sales and use tax code of the City of Commerce City to establish an exemption from the city's sales and use tax for certain retail delivery fees and carryout bag fees enacted by the state of Colorado. Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote? Mayor, I will mark her as an abstention.
All right. Motion carries unanimously, 6 yes, 0 no's, 1 abstention, and 2 absent. Next up is ordinance 2506, campaign finance regulations. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second, introduced by council as seated and approved on first reading, ordinance 2506. Councilmember Kim. Moved. Councilmember Noble.
Second.
I have a motion and a second, introduced by council as seated and approved on first reading, ordinance 2506. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2506, first reading of an ordinance amending Article 1 of Chapter 2 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to provide for campaign finance regulations. Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote? Mayor, I will mark her as an abstention.
That sounds good. Motion carries unanimously, 6 votes for the affirmative, 0 votes for the nays, 1 abstention, 2 excused absences. Thank you all for all the ordinances. We're going to move on to administrative business. Do any council members have any items of an emergency or unforeseen circumstance? Seeing none, let's move on to reports. Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to start off with a discussion around the study session agenda. Want to propose kicking the discussion for the upcoming Monday around review of EPAC recommendations to June 12th to allow for a full participation by our council. I know we will have one member that will be unavailable due to participation in a water workshop. In its place, we would then, as well, looking at adding towards the June 12th meeting, a discussion around the mission and vision that was pushed from last meeting, or excuse me, previous Monday to that agenda as well. Not seeing any objection, we will get that item updated to the study session calendar. First foremost, kind of going into my more regular report, I want to provide a clarification as with respect to around the D3 empowerment apartments. You asked me a question about, did the city approve the project administratively? I misspoke, in which yes, we did. However, we do not approve who they rent to. That apartment project was approved administratively. A couple of items to kind of give a little bit of kudos. City of Commerce City has been awarded the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award from the Government Finance Officers Association for the 2023 budget. In order to receive that award, a governmental unit has to publish a budget document that meets the program criteria as a policy document, as a financial plan, and operational guide, as well as a communication device. This award is the highest form of recognition in governmental budgeting. So kudos to Teresa and her team and a representation of what I call a significant achievement for our organization. Our staff is having its first safety planning kickoff meeting between Commerce City and Adams County staff in regards to pedestrian/traffic conflicts where city meets county pockets. That initial meeting, and we plan on having those going forward, will be this Wednesday. This week is Small Business Week. Thank you very much for the approval of the proclamation earlier. Shop local. We're going to be obviously through this month and through this week still pushing that out to our community. So you'll be seeing more of that coming on social media here in the near future. A couple of kudos to Public Works as well. We have received 2 grants from the Highway Safety Improvement Program for CDOT for the selection award of 2 projects, Tower Road and Quebec Parkway, as far as a signal retiming. The Tower Road corridor will be looked at from East 81st Avenue to East 104th, while on Quebec Parkway, that will be from 53rd to East 72nd Avenue. And the other project would be the Tower Road Dilemma Zone / red protection. For those listening at home, red protection is implemented through speed safety radar detection to monitor every vehicle approaching the intersection and within that detection zone. If a driver is driving slow, if a driver is slowing, the detector can calculate if and when they will safely come to a stop. If a vehicle is detected accelerating toward a red light, detection of the red light runners informs the controller to extend the all red clearance, and the cross street vehicles would not be released until the vehicle safely clears the intersection. We will be looking at this as improvements along Tower Road in 81st, 83rd, 88th, 96th, and 104th. This brings those 2 total awards to slightly or just slightly below $500,000 for those improvements. So kudos to PW in being able to secure those grants. We also have I-270 interim bridge improvements. We have received word from CDOT that the interim bridge improvements along I-270 will be advertised in June with a start date of September and completed by the end of the year. Most of the work will occur at night, but CDOT will be coordinating with businesses and community relations to get notifications out to the public. So this is serving as our first point of communication to the community, and we will continue to do so as the project begins to ramp up and obviously comes to completion. Parks Rec and Golf held its annual customer service training yesterday at Bison Ridge Recreation Center. We had approximately 275 employees, including all divisions and seasonal employees, as well as full-time, with a keynote speaker of Marnie Andes. What was the topic of focus? What have you done for the good of your community today? Additional training included diffusing challenging situations, safety training, and training to specific of primary job duties. And just for another note within PRG, we have our final OASIS design development presentation for landscape and amenities public meeting tomorrow, Tuesday, May 2nd from 7:30 p.m. at Bison Ridge Rec Center in the community room. That meeting has also been pushed out through various forms of social media over the course of the last 2 months. So we hope to have residents available and participating at tomorrow's meeting. And then lastly, we have a preliminary meeting set for mid-May with the U.S. Secret Service to discuss formally joining the Mountain West Cyber Fraud Task Force. This would ultimately allow us to bring computer forensics investigation in-house. That concludes my report.
Thanks, sir. Does anybody on council have any questions for Mr. Rogers? And then I have a couple questions. I do remember communication going out that we were going to do some realignment of the road, Tower Road north of 104th Avenue, and that it was going to be able to carry 2 lanes through the intersection before tapering, but I haven't seen that work take place yet. What is the schedule and status of that?
If I may call Mr. Sean Pope to the front, he may be able to have more exact information on that matter.
That work is going to be tied to the development on the east side of the roadway at Tower for the commercial development. It's going to be included in the developer agreement for them to extend that when they start development.
I seem to remember there was communication that came in one of the weekly reports that said we as a staff were going to take it upon to do this as a stopgap measure, given the fact that commercial development has languished for so long on that corner.
That's the only information I have this time.
So one of the things that we will do, we'll go back and reaffirm how we are moving that forward. If there's new information that we can provide, we will definitely do that, but we will get back to you, sir.
Thank you. I read an email today from a disgruntled resident who erroneously claimed that only 2 members of the city council seem to care about the southern part of the city. And one of the sources of contention was a new homeless encampment that is currently situated at 85 and Vasquez on the northeast corner of that intersection. What steps has the city taken to rectify that encampment?
So thank you for that, sir. Yes, particularly to that encampment, there has been I'll call it a multi-pronged approach. That particular stretch of highway is obviously under the control of CDOT. We have engaged CDOT in soliciting their maintenance team to help discourage that encampment and other encampments within their right-of-way over the last 6 to 8 months. CDOT has communicated to us that they lack the resources and or the bandwidth in order to address that.
Is this the same CDOT that lambasted our city as being poor?
That would be an accurate statement, Mayor, about certain comments about our ability to make certain changes to signage.
So even though it's on CDOT right away, why don't we just go deal with it? Why don't we just ignore the fact that CDOT isn't willing to take the action and just go take action ourselves?
Unfortunately, we are preempted from being able to do work within right away that is under their control. However, we have engaged them on an IGA where they have identified and concurred that the city has the capabilities and the capacity to address a need within the community. We're currently in the final stages of hopefully being able to execute that IGA, knock on wood, to the tune of $140,000 a year. That would allow for us to, once again, address urban encampments within their right-of-ways within Commerce City boundaries to our time frame, as opposed to what they're incapable of being able to do today.
But the issue goes beyond just the encampments. I mean, you look all up and down 85, landscaping is non-existent, the garbage is overgrown, the weeds are overgrown. Driving down 104th Avenue between Highway 2 and 85, the median is in complete disrepair. Looking at the property they purchased from a landowner at the corner of 85 and 104th Avenue, it is in complete disrepair and overgrown. So why as a city are we not doing more to get them to clean up their own mess that is making our city look bad?
Do not disagree with you. That is also another conversation that we have had with them, is at this stage where that has not been viewed as one of their top priorities. That does not mean that we do not continue to encourage and continue to, I would say, include what you just mentioned as an opportunity for us to be able to take on behalf of CDOT, for us to be able to manage and to deliver the level of beautification, I would say, for our community and for our residents. So that has been something that we continually have the conversation with and will do so, hopefully in being able to get some momentum behind that.
How can the city council help you in getting this done? Because, I mean, this is something that has gone on for far too long. The community constantly sees the lack of maintenance being done by CDOT. You have CDOT employees who are saying our city is too poor to do what we need to do. What can we as a city council do in order to facilitate getting this done and improve the appearance of our community?
That's a very good question, Mayor. I think when it comes down to the matter of the philosophy of how we want to have all of our partners, imagine and take concern of their part within the city. I think council being a vocal part of that communication, whether in writing as a body to the director at CDOT, and or reaching out to the director and being able to help, once again, continue to advance these conversations that we are having at the lower levels within that organization, to being able to get this addressed for our community. I would say that that's where I would request your level of support in being able to have that level of support and engagement. And I think qualifying conversation for the executive leadership over at CDOT about the seriousness of being at the table and working with us, either in support of our staff being able to tackle that, or redefining their maintenance resources and being able to address that for our community.
All right, hopefully we can progress on that in the near future. Turning our attention away from CDOT and their inability to do the job they're supposed to do, what about in our own city property, in our own city jurisdiction? And, you know, we have couches and we have abandoned vehicles and RVs and everything else. What are you doing to clean up those aspects that we actually have control over?
Another good question, Mayor. You know, we came back before council at the end of last year, and we talked about a number of different things tied to the MyC3, but also as well, and something that we use internally, what should we be doing versus, or what should we do versus what can we do? And what can we be doing has been a, what I would call a multi-pronged approach as well, with respect to abandoned vehicles, urban encampments, and addressing a number of different violations to demonstrate that we care to the community. And I think some of the things I can provide with where we've stood at the beginning of this year to now on how our perception of how we are applying ourselves is very much different. For instance, with homeless outreach, last year, for the entire year, we had 1,211 outreaches. Once again, we have very limited effect and enforcement of being able to break down encampments within private properties. However, we have a community well-being team that has taken strategic approaches to addressing urban encampments. Just for the period of January to April, we had 651 outreaches, not even at half of the year, compared to 1,200 as of last year. So we're making more contact, and what that means has, we've had more individuals placed within shelters, 22, and we've had 7 people been able to take some of those services and turn that into actual permanent housing. We've been able to reconnect a majority of those contacts also back to the services of where they may have originated from. For instance, the encampment that was located at 85 that was made mention, we've been able to connect those individuals back to the services within the city and county of Denver where they originated when they were doing their sweep. And we've been able to make contact with the city and county of Denver to come out and to participate in helping to get them to the services and getting them transported out of that area. We had another location earlier today where we were able to work through having services provided to the urban encampment population that were within Derby, but we were able to work through them to get them back out into the county. So in that aspect, we have those touch points on the most regular. We've had 4 large urban encampment cleanups within our own parks this year so far. And PD and PW have conducted additional cleanup efforts along Elm, 83rd, and Rosemary, and a number of other roadways pertaining to abandoned vehicles and things of that like. We have had a total of 40 vehicles towed to date. 22 of those have been RVs, which have been moved willingly by those occupants for removed before we could move or tow them. We've had 3 vehicles that were towed and are in queue to be destroyed. We've had 6 that were destroyed on site by our contractor, Oak Environmental. Why being destroyed on site, destroyed on street because they were not safe to move, as they would have caused a hazard on our roadways. And then we have 9 that are towed and in preparation to be destroyed. This includes everything from trailers, cars, boats, you name it. We've also have additionally seen some increased enforcement on unregistered vehicles that have been parking in and throughout our community. We have seen just for this past 2 weeks, 470 citations for unregistered vehicles. We've also seen an increase in parking citations. Just for the month of March alone, we had 300 parking citations issued for this same period of time. So that's quite frankly more when it comes to individual enforcement as we see as our staff is out. We've also created what is a community response team. Community response team is a group of different individuals within our organization from PD, code enforcement, PW, that are going out on the defined routes. We have had 2 defined routes over the past 2.5 weeks, which as that body identified well over 70 violations and or opportunities to help our urban encampments along those routes as well to find services. And then lastly, we have also established a hot shot crew. We have a team of 2 individuals that go out. Initially, that was once a week. That's now been going out at least 2 or 3 times a week in collecting sofas along unidentified routes just as they're driving around the city. If they've seen couch, if they've seen a sofa, or if we have had PD or other staff drive by some of these infractions, to call that into the hot shot crew to pick up. We are tracking how much we are taking to the landfill. And I would say we have taken almost well over a ton worth of debris, garbage, and trash that we have found within our roadways within a 2-week period to the landfills, and will continue to do so. Once again, this is not an exhaustive list, but this is a list of what we've, I would say, starting to step up for ourselves and for our community, and know that we still have a lot of work to be done, and that we will continue to look at ways to make improvements along that.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate that. Is there anything that the city council can be doing to better support you in these efforts to change the appearance of our city?
I think as you all continue to give clear guidance and direction and feedback as it relates to what you see in the community, I'd like to say that we are perfect, but we are not. And we have to obviously be open into hearing the feedback that you all receive from our community members, but also from yourselves, and be able to take, once again, creative and innovative steps to addressing that. Some of that may lead to, at time of budget, additional funding requests and or potential reconsideration of existing ordinances and codes, which we plan on bringing forward to you on May 22nd, in particularly around abandoned vehicles and parking on our streets. That's how you all can support staff. As we continue to invest in how we can do things differently, we need to be able to present our recommendations to you for your consideration, both from a budgetary or from a process standpoint or policy standpoint, and being able to allow us to take those necessary steps. So I would say, as always, and as I appreciate, continue to remain engaged in these conversations when they come before you, or when you see it out on the street, to bring it forward to me in a public meeting, or bring it to me and my staff.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Does anybody else have any questions for Mr. Rogers? Seeing none, we're going to break away from reports for a second. Looking for a motion and second to extend the automatic adjournment time of the meeting by 1 hour. Councilmember Kim? Councilmember Ford? Have a motion second to extend the automatic adjournment time of the meeting by 1 hour. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. 603?
It is, 603, sir.
Great. Okay, interim city attorney Geiger.
I don't have much for you all this evening. I just wanted to give kudos to John Patrick Sampson from my office, who worked and hustled with the clerk's office to get the campaign finance regulations done and before you this evening. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, John, for getting that done for the council. Does anybody on council have any questions for Ms. Geiger? Seeing none, do any council members wish to make a report? Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much. We had a Policy and Governance Committee meeting this week and also boards and commissions. We rushed a boards and commissions interview in order to attend the legislative committee meeting at 5:30, but that meeting didn't occur. There is another hearing tomorrow on housing authority. Due to the complexity of the legislation, the evolving legislation and what the House might have planned, I'm not sure I feel comfortable actually speaking tomorrow, even though you had approved me for that previously. It's a moving target. So I did make our state representative aware of our vote previously last night, and she indicated basically that she was not aware, so that was important. I think it's always good for our lobbyists to reach out to our representatives, and maybe there was just a misunderstanding, but I think it was important for her to know. And then I have a resident who was speaking to someone at Landmark Academy and was told that there's going to be a preschool on the corner of Olathe and 106th. You know that we've been having a lot of difficulty regarding traffic around that area. So I wanted to inquire, Mr. Rogers, is there a plan afoot to put a preschool at the corner of 106th and Olathe?
I am unaware, ma'am, so I would have to ask staff if there's an application that's been filed.
Okay, because I know that there was, it had been mentioned offhandedly to me by someone on staff, and I didn't think it was really in all seriousness, given the traffic issues we have in that area. So I hope with all sincerity that that is not the plan for that property. I'd also like to thank the staff for all that they have done to help alleviate the Landmark Academy issues and what they have planned in the future as well. And I do want to remind people to vote tomorrow. You have to do it in person for board candidates for South Adams Fire Department and also South Adams County Water and Sanitation District. You do it at the Walden Fire Department or at the SACWSD headquarters on 72nd. Thank you.
Any other council members needing to make a report? Okay, we are going to move on to our executive session. I'm looking for a motion and a second to enter an executive session pursuant to CRS Section 24-6-402, parentheses 4, sub-parentheses A, B, E, and I, for the purpose of discussing the potential lease of city-owned right-of-way adjacent to 6290 Claremont Street for the purpose of seeking legal advice concerning potential avenues to address a trespass on the same city property, including potential litigation, as well as developing strategy for negotiators to negotiate potentially owed back rent or other terms relating to the trespass on city property and instructing negotiators relating to the same. Councilmember Ford? Councilmember Hurst?
Second.
Have a motion and a second to go into executive session for the purposes stated. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 6-0, 3 excused absences. Now looking for a motion and a second to automatically adjourn the meeting following the executive session. Councilmember Ford? Councilmember Kim? Have a motion and a second to automatically adjourn the meeting following the executive session. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 6-0 with 3 excused absences. We will now enter into executive session. Council will not be returning to take action following the executive session. The meeting will be immediately adjourned following the executive session. The meeting broadcast and recording will be ended. We're going to have a special meeting next Monday, May 8th, as well as a URA meeting and a study session. So I encourage everybody to tune in on your favorite broadcast network to watch us next week. We'll see you then.
Good sign off, good sign off.